A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. What's the time? Why, it's sparkle time. Spring house cleaning time is almost here. And just when you want help with this big house cleaning job, many stores are arranging a giant house cleaning sale. Yes, all your cleaning needs will be gathered together in one giant display, so you'll not forget to order everything you need. No siree, no running out of supplies while you're cleaning this year. And listen, when you buy your cleaning aids at your dealer's great house cleaning sale, you'll get a wonderful surprise. Your dealer's arranging for you to get a beautiful new book entitled How to Beautify Your Home. This book is 8 by 11 inches with lots of full-color illustrations. There's 64 pages just packed with help on low-cost room plans, window treatments, how to cheer up your kitchen, how to make slip covers, color schemes, making small rooms look larger, and a guide to furniture styles, and dozens of amazingly useful house cleaning hints. And listen to what you get besides. In the back of this book are coupons good for 30 cents worth of free soap. Now, you don't want to miss out on an offer like this. So remember, to send for this valuable book, just ask your dealer for the handy order blank. Because with this order blank, plus 10 cents and a few wrappers or box tops from certain Procter & Gamble soaps featured in the house cleaning sale, you get this wonderful book. Ask your dealer all about it. If he hasn't already started this sale, he will soon. And be sure to get plenty of new does during your dealer's giant sale. Look for that big red and white box with the name D-U-Z Does. You know, this amazing new kind of granulated soap does all 3 kinds of wash. Yes, does everything, from the dirtiest wash rugs and heavy linens to your prettiest washable slip covers and rayon curtains. So, see your dealer today and ask him about this marvelous house cleaning sale. Find out how to get your book and free soap at the house cleaning. And now, the Goldbergs. When Molly saw her daughter Rosie fall in love with the young man visiting with Dr. Cater, Molly had a sentimental, remembering thrill. For young love is always amusing and very touching, too. But then Molly found out that Walter was engaged to be married. She found out that this girl was coming up to Glastonbury with Walter's mother. And Molly tried to protect her daughter by shipping her off to Florida. Only Rosie wouldn't go until just a little while ago, when she learned the truth from Seymour. And now, listen.
Look out, Kitty. Hello? Oh, yes, Seymour. That's all right, Seymour. I don't mind being alone. Well, he'll be home soon. No, I'm all right. Why shouldn't I be? Well, I'm glad you told me. But what difference should it make to me whether Walter Jerome is engaged or not, or even if he was married? Well, you thought wrong. All right, Seymour. Thanks for calling. Seymour, I'd just rather that you wouldn't tell Sammy or my folks what you told me. Please. All right. Thanks. All right, Seymour. I think my mother's coming. Bye. Lay down, Bobby. Lay down. Lay down. Come in there. Hold on a minute. Rosalie?
Rosie?
Rosalie?
Rosalie!
She'll be right down. Take Papa's coat, Emily.
Help Mama out with the rubber.
It's all right.
Ma, why don't you let me tell Rosie? That'll be the easiest way.
No. I said no, and let it be like I said.
Then give up the idea that Rosalie is going to Florida. She won't.
Then she won't. Then something else will have to come to my mind.
Well, if Walter's mother and his future wife are coming to Glastonbury, then Rosie will have to know. Ma, I don't understand why
No, you wouldn't understand, Sammy. You wouldn't. Nothing to understand. Something to feel.
Well, if she won't go to Florida, will she go to New York?
I don't know what she'll do yet. I don't know what she'll do. Where are you going, Jay?
I want some bicarbonate, and I want to lay down in a minute before I fall to pieces.
Papa's getting nervous already. I don't know what to do, Sammy. I don't know. Maybe she wouldn't go to Florida. Maybe she'll go to New York. If I tell her maybe that I need a bridge in my mouth and I have to go to New York for a few weeks to see a dentist, maybe she wouldn't let me go alone. Maybe not. I don't know.
Ma, I think you're beginning to make too much of this. If Rosie doesn't want to go, let her stay. You can't wrap Rosie up in cotton, Ma, and shield her from all the bumps and shocks of the world. After all, Walter's engaged to someone else. Suppose Rosie has a crush on him. Suppose it's even more than a crush. What of it? There are going to be lots of things she wants that she can't have. And lots of feelings that she'll have to just keep to herself. The world isn't our oyster, you know.
No. Nevertheless, Sammy, maybe distance can help.
Listen, Ma. If you told Rosie that Walter was engaged, she'd clamp down on herself like this. She'd make herself forget what she felt. It'd change her feelings in a minute.
And the hurt? The hurt, Sammy?
Well, there's pride, too, Ma. And pride can make something hurt less. After all, Walter isn't the whole world. And Rosie's very young. I tell her.
Rosalie? Hello, Mama, darling. Hello, dear. How are you, darling? Fine. You well? Yes, Mama. That's good, dear. You peeled me my potatoes?
Alice, I can't find the bicarbonate.
What does Papa say? He can't find the bicarbonate. Can't find the bicarbonate? The bicarbonate's standing there. Excuse me. You feel all right, darling? Yes, Mama. You sure? Sure. All right, Mama. Excuse me.
What's the matter? Can't find the bicarbonate. The bicarbonate's standing there.
Rosie.
Yes? Oh, take it, Sammy.
Hello? Yes? Yes. For you, Rosie.
Who is it?
Talk to him?
Who is it?
Seymour.
Oh, of course I'll talk to him.
1 minute, Seymour.
Hello? Yes. Everybody's here. I'm fine, thank you. Yes. All right. Bye.
Rosie.
Yes, Sammy. Oh. Who's that?
Well, I can't see.
It's Walter, isn't it?
Yes. Where are you going?
I'll be down later, Sammy. Where are you going, Rosalie? I'll be right down. Where are you going? What's the matter? What's the matter, Sammy? Did you say something to Rosalie?
You told me not to.
So why did she run away like that?
I guess she's all excited. She wants to put some powder on her nose.
Oh.
I'll go.
Hello, Walter. Come on in.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Walter. Sit down.
Yeah, I'll take your coat.
Will you pardon me, please, if I see to my supper? Will you join us there?
No, thank you, Mrs. Goldberg. I just dropped in to leave Rosie a library card.
Oh, then you'll excuse me, please?
Certainly.
Sit down. Sit down, Walter.
Thanks. Is Rosie home?
Yes, she's home. When's your mother coming?
Tomorrow.
Oh. Is Norma coming with her?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
My mother insisted on coming.
It's natural enough.
Isn't it?
I'll be interested to meet Norma.
We sort of grew up together.
That's the best way, I suppose.
The best way for what?
Well, I mean, when you know a girl a long time, when you really know what she is, marriages turn out more happily.
Do they?
I think so.
My mother seems to think so.
I guess she's right.
Perhaps. I wish I were as convinced as you are.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm convinced. It just seems that way to me. You're engaged, aren't you?
We just kind of fell into being engaged. My mother expected it, and Norma expected it, and one day we were. I never really considered what it meant. I wouldn't want my marriage to happen the same way. Marriage is too serious for that.
Oh, don't you want to marry her? Well, I mean, I'm not trying to find out what's none of my business.
Well, I don't know what I want. Most of the drive seems to come from my mother. She thinks our future should take a certain course. And I'm wondering whether my future ought to take that course. I mean, well, why should I rush?
Well, when you're in love, you want to rush.
When you're in love?
Aren't you?
I don't know. Perhaps I know Norma too well. Perhaps I've just fallen in line with my mother's plans. I don't like her plans for me because, well, she has different values. I don't worship success the way my mother does.
Success is hard for her. She knows what it costs.
And I don't know if it's worth the cost. A fella has to know whether the cost is worth the goal. I mean, I want to be sure.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's why my mother's coming up here. She wants to be sure that I'm not thinking too much about other things. My mother has a one-track mind when it comes to my future. And, well, I can see many different roads a fella can take.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, Rosie.
Did you tell Walter, Sammy?
Tell me what?
About my trip to Florida?
Oh, well, isn't it too late for Florida?
No, it's beautiful there this time of year. I have an aunt living down there, and they're planning a real time for me. It'll be fun and a change to get away from home. It's been dull around Glastonbury, and I love meeting new people.
Walter, are you sure you wouldn't stay with Papa?
Mama, darling, do you think I'll need a trunk or just two valise?
Well, when are you going, Rosie?
Tomorrow, aren't you, Rosie?
Tomorrow isn't too soon, is it, Ma?
No. No. Daddy! Daddy!
Rosie laughs and giggles. She smiles and acts like a young girl just looking ahead to a vacation. But what she really feels is just the opposite. And Walter looks downcast, too. Now, don't forget about that big house cleaning sale your dealer's arranging. Ask him all about it. Remember, during this great house cleaning sale, you can get a beautiful big illustrator's book with thrilling ideas on how to add new beauty to your home. It gives you a whole series of decorating hints on color, on furniture, on making slipcovers. This book can save you many dollars in beautifying your home. And don't forget, in the back of the book, there are 3 coupons good for 30 cents worth of free soap. This fine book is yours in return for 10 cents and a few wrappers and box tops from certain Procter & Gamble soaps. Get the special order blank many dealers are keeping for your convenience. It gives you all the details. Don't miss out. Go to your dealers today and find out how soon his big house cleaning sale will start. How soon you can send for the beautiful book on how to beautify your home. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Next time, Rosie leaves for Florida, hurrying away from Walter, while Walter waits at the station for the girl from New York. This is James Fleming, wishing you a good day for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hey, look at this, Casey. I found this sheet of paper with typewriting all over it.
What does it say?
Well, it's funny, just the same thing over and over. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
Well?
Is that a code of some kind?
No, that's what beginners write for practice.
Well, why don't they write something that makes sense?
Like what?
Ha! Like Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, murder in black and white. Morning. A wooded glen in a vast city park. And on the still frost-hardened ground there lies a dead man. Detectives move methodically about the body. Beside it kneels a police surgeon. Watching him is Captain Logan of the Homicide Bureau, Ann Williams, reporter, and the man with the press camera is Casey.
Aren't you almost finished, Casey?
Yeah, Annie. Thanks for letting me take these shots of the deceased, Logan. I'll do you a favor someday.
You can do me a favor right now, Casey. You too, Miss Williams. Go back to your paper and let us cops get our work done. Say, Doc, you tell yet how long ago this guy died?
About 2 o'clock this morning, Captain. The bullet that killed him was fired at close range, still lodged in the skull. My guess is that it's a .32.
The slug couldn't have been given to a more deserving guy.
What do you mean, Casey?
You know who this stiff is, don't you?
There's no identification on
You
it.
should know him. He almost became middleweight champ a few years ago, fighting under the name of Tug Loftus.
Say, you're right. I make him now.
Yeah. A moment ago, Annie, this lug told us to go peddle our paper.
Oh, nuts. Hey, this Tug Loftus was a troublemaker, wasn't he? Always getting into jam.
Yeah, he was an all-around heel. Tug Loftus' idea of a good time was to pick barroom fights with guys who didn't recognize him and then beat him to a pulp.
Which means he had quite a few enemies.
Yeah, that makes things just dandy.
Well, that implies you haven't found any leads to the killer, Captain.
Not a one, Miss Williams. Except this book of matches.
Book of matches?
That was in his pocket.
It's got an ad on it for the Briarwold Casino.
And only 2 matches torn out of it, which may indicate that the Briarwold was the last place he was in before he came here and was bumped off.
Where's the Briarwold?
Well, that's a roadhouse out on Old Turnpike run by Jake Salwood and his cousin Lou, Annie.
Who do quite a little bookmaking in connection with their cafe business.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we met the Salwins last year, Ann, remember? We got a report that the safe in their joint had been robbed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they denied the report. To the cops as well as to us. They said no one had touched their safe.
Yeah, Lieutenant Schwartz of the robbery squad told me about that. He figured the 2 Salwins denied the robbery because the safe had contained a lot of horse betters' dough they couldn't explain as cafe income.
Yeah, the Briarwold Casino is just the kind of a joint Tug Loftus would patronize. Say, when are you going out there, Logan?
Right away. There's nothing more I can do here.
You're going to have company, pal. Annie, let's go.
Hey, Walter, fix Mr. Snodgrass one of his specials. You know, with the little piece of pineapple in it? Oh, dear, that guy. Tell me, Casey, what did you and Miss Williams find out at the Briarwold Casino?
Nothing, Ethelbert, nothing. Except that Tug Loftus was in the joint only a few hours before he was killed.
Nobody there remembers him leaving with anyone who might have taken him to Lakeside Park and shot him.
I wouldn't believe anything Big Jake Selwyn said or his cousin Lou.
And neither would Captain Logan. He questioned everyone who works in the place.
They all agreed Loftus left there alone?
Yeah, they just don't remember.
Well, had he picked any fights there before he left?
Nobody had on other nights.
Just that matchbook was the only clue. It don't sound like this murder will be easy to solve. How about that bullet that killed the guy?
Doesn't match up with any gun that ballistics has on record.
Well, we better get back to the office, Casey.
Yeah, the city desk will be paging us if we don't. Uh-oh, that may be them now.
I'll see. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert, the bartender speaking. Yeah, Casey's right here. Just a minute.
I knew it.
It ain't your city desk, Casey. It's one of the photographers in your department. That fella Shapiro.
Oh, yeah, give it.
Shapiro.
Hello, Shap. Who? No, I don't know any Mrs. McCluskey. What? Oh, yeah, I remember her now. A couple of years ago. She was a witness in a hit-and-run case. Yeah? All right, tell her to wait. I'll be right over. Thank you, Shep. So long.
What is it, Casey?
Old gal I met in a hit-and-run killing says she has something hot for me.
Oh, you mean a tip?
Yeah, probably about something unimportant. But come on, Annie, we'll see.
I've got evidence of a murder, Mr. Casey.
A murder, Mrs. McCluskey?
In black and white.
Oh, well, that sounds very interesting. Tell me what you got.
First, Mr. Casey, what do I get?
What, you mean...
Since I described that hit-and-run automobile to the cops a couple of years ago and got nothing for it, I found out that newspapers pay for what they call scoops. You was nice to me, Mr. Casey, so I'm giving you and your paper first chance. How much?
Well, it all depends on what you have to offer.
You interested in catching the murderer of that prize fighter, Tug Loftus?
Tug Loftus?
I got a picture of the killing, miss.
What a picture.
Casey.
Is it worth $100 to your paper?
Well, I'll say, City Desk sets the price for exclusive tips, Mrs. McCluskey, but I'll guarantee you $100 if you've got what you say you have.
I've got it.
Well, let's see it.
I get the 100?
You get the 100 if.
All right. This here envelope was in my mailbox this morning, so naturally I opened it. Later, when I put my glasses on, I seen the address is mine, but the name ain't mine.
That's addressed to Mr. Max Treaty. 121 3rd Street.
121 3rd Street is where I live, but no Max Treaty lives there.
Well, go on.
Well, inside the envelope was just this here camera snapshot. Nothing else.
Annie, look.
That's Loftus, as we saw him lying in that park.
I knew that from the picture you had of him in yesterday's paper.
Standing over Loftus is a guy with a gun in his hand.
And he's just killed the fighter.
That's the way it looks. It's a good profile shot of the killer, Ann. The face is clear even in this small print, and when I blow it up...
It's worth 100, ain't it, Mr.
It's
Casey?
worth 100, Mrs. McCluskey.
I said I had evidence in black and white.
Now, who do you suppose took that picture, Casey? And why?
That's something we'll think about later. But I'll bet it was taken with an infrared flash bulb.
A black light?
Yep. The guy with the gun didn't see any flash. He didn't know that somebody was taking this picture. We've got to find this skinny, long-nosed guy with a gun, you know it?
The cops will do that when we show them this.
Sure, yes, and probably crab our exclusive. Before the cops learn anything about this, Annie, we're going to try to find him.
How?
Well, the picture, the guy this picture was addressed to ought to give us a hint.
Well, Casey, he may be the killer. This picture may have been addressed to him as the first step in a blackmail scheme.
Now, Annie, you're cooking on all burners. Let me see that envelope again.
Yeah?
Addressed to Max Treaty, 121 3rd Street.
And the sender had the wrong address because Mrs. McCluskey lives there.
And I live alone.
Well, I'll look in the phone book.
Yeah, do that.
Listed.
You said you got this in the morning mail, Mrs. McCluskey?
That's right. I wanted time to do some thinking.
Yeah, about whether to put the B on us for that $100, huh?
You said yourself it's worth it.
Oh, I'm not reneging on that.
I've heard of $1,000 rewards being offered for murderers, but in order to get it, you had to capture them yourself.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
So I figured...
Hey, Casey, Max Treaty is in the phone book.
Now, let me see it.
Yeah, he lives on 3rd Street, all right, see? But his address is given here as 727.
Yeah, it looks like 121 on this envelope because this guy writes sevens that look like ones. That's something else for us to think about later, Ann.
Well, let's call on Max Treaty.
Right now, Ann.
When do I get my 100?
There'll be a check in the mail for you tomorrow morning, Mrs. McCluskey, for $200.
200?
Yep, and thanks, and so long.
$200? Drat it. I bet I should have asked for more.
Max Treaty lives in a pretty good-looking apartment house, Casey.
Yeah, must be in the dough. Let's go in, Annie. Glass doors, huh?
It's a funny neighborhood. Only a few blocks away where Mrs. McCluskey lives. There's nothing but tenements and little old one-family houses.
Oh, there's the elevator. The operator may be able to give us a line on this guy. We're looking for Mr. Max Treaty.
Oh, he's top floor, apartment 12F.
Take us up, will you, please?
Okay. But he may not be in. I haven't seen him this evening.
We'll take a chance. We're not sure this Mr. Treaty is the one we're looking for. Can you tell us what business he's in?
I don't think he's in any business, mister.
Well, you mean he has an income and doesn't have to work?
I really don't know. I'm not the kind who pries into the personal affairs of tenants.
Oh, that's right. You don't look that type. How long has he lived here?
Oh, about 8 or 9 months. Took a sublease on a furnished apartment. Does that tell you if he's the man you're looking for?
Well, not quite, no. Is he a skinny guy, about 35 and a long nose?
That's Mr. Treaty.
We've come to the right place, then.
Well, here's the top floor. Apartment 12F is the last door to your right.
Thank you, pal.
Well, you're quite welcome.
Casey, the man in that picture is skinny and has a long nose.
Yeah, the elevator guy says that description fits Treaty. All right, here's 12F. I'll buzz the bell.
If he's the killer, he'll be dangerous. What do we do?
You have no reason to think we're on to it.
Yeah. Nobody answers the bell. The elevator man said he hadn't seen him this evening.
I don't hear any sound from inside. I'll try the bell again.
Casey.
Huh?
Look there under the door.
Holy...
It looks like blood.
That is blood. Seeped through from the other side. I'm getting into that apartment.
Door's locked.
This little strip of celluloid we burglars always carry.
You can flip it?
I think so. This is only a spring latch. There. All right, come on.
Casey, there on the floor.
I know, I see it. Let me close this door. We don't want any visitors here. No.
It's the man in that picture, Treaty.
He's been beaten on the head.
He's
been dead for a couple of hours, I think. Body's almost cold, and this pool of blood is dry around the edges.
His clothes have been searched. And the apartment.
I'll say. He and this joint have been practically ripped apart.
Oh, isn't this just swell? We came here hoping to crack one murder, and now we've got another.
Yes. There's no black and white evidence to show who pulled this one.
But I tell you can't say that. It's a secret.
Look, secret or not, I'm going to tell it even if I get fired.
But look...
Look. Some secrets are too good to keep, and besides...
Hey, we're on the air now.
Okay, here goes. Friends, I've just had a sneak preview of the brand new Ivory Fire King oven glass. It's terrific. For the very first time in history, they've produced oven glass that's beautiful, rich, warm ivory in color through and through. And it's even guaranteed against oven breakage for 2 long years. You've never seen such beautifully designed oven glass before. Classic lines, simple, dignified, as beautiful as any table china you could wish for, and rich, lovely, opaque ivory in color.
You've done it. The cat's out of the bag.
Well, I'll have to add that lovely new Ivory Fire King oven glass isn't on sale everywhere as yet, but it will be soon, and it's worth watching and waiting for.
Oh, well, haven't you something else to say?
Oh, yes. Friends, beautiful new Ivory Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Got to call the cops, Casey.
Take it easy. Have a look around first.
You've already looked around. The murderer isn't hiding here waiting.
No, he probably made his getaway right after he socked this guy for the last time. My friend Treaty took quite a beating before he was finally knocked off.
How can you tell that?
Look at the black and blue marks on him. Guy's got to be alive to bruise. Marks around his wrists and ankles. It's been tied up quite a while.
Yeah, I see.
Apparently, the killer tried to make him tell where something was hidden. He wouldn't or couldn't tell, so the killer searched him.
And how he searched. All the stuffing's been pulled out of the chairs, and the mattress has been ripped open.
Treaty's clothes got it going over, too. Linings cut, the soles of his shoes all split. Hey, this must be the stuff that was taken out of him and examined. Look at that wallet, fountain pen, cigarette case.
Don't touch anything, Casey.
Who's touching anything? I'm only to look. It's a revolver.
It looks like the gun in the picture.
Yeah, but this is a .38, Ann. Loftus was shot with a .32.
Well, then, Treaty must have used another gun for the killing?
Probably threw it in the lake after it. Say.
What have you picked up?
Look at that. A book of matches. From the Briarwold Casino.
Like the one found on Tug Loftus.
Yes. This was half hidden under the sofa.
Well, that connects the 2 murders.
Maybe.
Well, Casey, we've got to get the cops here.
Not just cops. We're getting Logan. I want him to get first break on what we know about that picture. And the phone's in that bedroom. You go get him while I go down to the car and get my camera. I want to take some pictures of my own.
Well, did you see that camera in the bookcase? Maybe you can save yourself a trip.
No, there's no film in it. I looked. It was open to the search like everything else. Late Mr. Treaty went in for photography, apparently. Had his kitchenette fixed up like a darkroom.
Yeah.
A lot of equipment there. Searcher wrecked all of it. All right. Call Logan while I go for my camera.
Oh, wait a minute, Casey.
What?
Didn't he tell us he wouldn't be at headquarters till midnight?
Yeah, we'll call him at his home.
He has a new phone number. What is it?
I'll write it down for you. Where's my pencil?
Take mine.
Thanks. Oh, well, I'll be.
Oh, you've broken the point.
I know it. Well, I use this fountain pen of Treaty.
You shouldn't touch anything.
This pen isn't going to tell the cops who killed him, Annie. Nice point. Why, it's easy. All right, here's Logan's number. Call him as soon as you finish with city desk.
Yeah, I will. Casey, don't stick that pen in your pocket.
Oh, I'll need it to make out my film sheets. Don't worry, I'm not stealing from dead guys. The pen will be put back later.
If you think of it, I'll go phone.
Ann.
Yeah?
Give Logan the lowdown about that picture and about everything else. Except, don't tell him about the matchbook we just found.
Why not?
Well, cops have no appreciation of the newspaper racket. We'll lose our exclusive. We'll go after the Briarwald and follow it up by ourselves.
My cousin Jake isn't here, Casey.
Expect him later, Lou?
He's sure to be in sometime tonight.
All right, we'll stick around. Maybe you can give us some information.
Information?
About the Tug Loftus thing.
Jake and I have already told the cops and you newspaper people all we know about that.
Hey, the last time I was in this office, Lou, you and Big Jake were telling the cops that safe there hadn't been robbed.
It hadn't been. We still don't know where they got that crazy report.
Anyway, the tipster told the cops that he heard Big Jake squawking about the loss of $50,000.
Their tipster lied. That safe's never had more than a couple of thousand in it. And that's a big take from a cafe business like ours.
Yeah, your cafe business. Lou, what would you know about a guy named Treaty?
Treaty?
Mm-hmm. Max Treaty.
Why do you ask?
We understand he's been a customer of yours.
He was once a bartender here.
A bartender?
When did he tend bar here?
Till about a year ago. Jake fired him.
Jake, huh?
After I'd caught Treaty holding out on the cash register.
Jake only fired him for that?
You know Jake. The guy left here minus a few teeth. Why are you curious about Treaty?
He was murdered this afternoon.
Murdered?
Uh-huh. Was Treaty here the night Loftus was killed, Lou?
I think he was.
Had he ever had any run-ins with Tug Loftus?
Yes, about a month ago, Loftus slapped him around in the bar, and Treaty said he'd get even. That was just talk, of course. He knew he didn't stand a chance against that tough pug.
We have reason to believe he made his chance. That he killed Loftus.
You have?
Yeah. We got a photograph showing him doing it.
Casey.
All right. Can't be any secret about it, Annie. It'll be on page 1 of this morning's edition. That'll hit the streets in a couple of hours.
Where did you get such a photograph, Casey?
Oh, we just got it. You and Jake both use this desk, Lou?
Yes.
Somebody scribbled some figures on a scratch pad. Is that your work?
Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity. Can't make out whether some of the figures are meant to be 1s or 7s.
Jake makes his 1s that way.
Jake, huh? How about his 7s?
There are no 7s among those figures.
Show me how Jake writes his 7s, Lou.
Why?
Your nervousness about these figures makes me want to know. Here, take this pen and write.
What? That pen?
Yes, you recognize it. It's Treaty's.
And this is a gun.
I see it's a gun, Lou. All right. A .32 snub-nosed revolver.
I'm not so sure how much you two know, but I think it's too much. You've reminded me of a bet I missed. What did you find in that pen, Casey?
Didn't look for anything in the pen. Well, maybe I missed a bet.
Look now. Pull the cap off and see if there's anything inside.
Okay. Hey, there is something.
What?
I'd say it's a rolled-up film, a negative.
Take it out.
Okay. A rolled-up negative, all right.
Never mind looking at it. Give it to me.
Well, I want to look
Give
at
it to me.
You're the boss. Here.
Thanks.
Thanks to you for reaching for it. I'll take this gat of yours, Lou. No, let it go or I'll break your arm. Let go. Thanks for the gun.
Oh, Casey.
All right, now I'll give the orders around here. Put your hands up, Lou. Keep them up and sit down.
All right.
What's that negative, Casey?
It's a nice, clear shot of Lou Solomon here, taking dough out of an open safe. The safe in this office. That's safe. Right, Lou?
You're doing the talking.
You took the dough, Lou, on the date it was reported stolen. Somebody caught you doing it with a camera. From that window where the slat in the Venetian blind is missing. And that someone was Max Treaty.
And Treaty moved into that expensive apartment soon after the robbery and didn't work anymore.
Because Lou here was paying him to keep this evidence under cover. Big Jake is the boss of your bookmaking racket, Lou. He owns it, and you're just a hired man. The dough you stole was Jake's, and if he'd found out that you
Okay,
took it...
Casey, you figured it. Get me out of here now. Take me to the cops where I'll be safe. Jake finds out, he'll kill me.
Yes, like you killed Treaty after your counter-blackmail scheme had backfired.
Counter-blackmail scheme?
Don't you get it, Annie?
No.
I get it. Jake! Drop that gun, Casey, or I'll blow you to pieces before you can turn around.
Drop it. Guy's at a slight disadvantage when his back is turned, Jake. Okay.
Thanks.
You're outside the door?
Yeah, listen.
Jake, I swear.
I said I'd been listening, Lou.
I didn't say anything. Casey did the talking.
They dope things out swell. You took that $50,000, you dirty louse. $50,000 of my dough.
No, Jake, no.
I'm going to pay you off, Lou.
Don't shoot!
He shot him.
Sorry I had to do it, man.
You've done a crazy thing, Jake. You're going to the chair for this.
I don't think so, Casey. The cops get here, they're going to find you and this lady dead, too.
You're
Sorry, sister, but that's the way it's got to be. You and Casey will be shot with Lou's gun. My gun will be found beside Casey. The cops have figured that Lou tried to make a getaway, that you shot it out. I'll call the cops myself, start them on that theory.
It won't work, Jake.
I'm betting it will. Betting's my business. Just picked up Lou's
I
gun.
got it first, Jake.
Lou wasn't dead. He shot him.
Lou! He's passed out. All right, I'll get their guns before either one pulls a second recovery. Now, Ann, pick up that phone and call the cops while I watch these guys.
Right, Casey. So much I don't understand. Where does Treaty fit in now?
Treaty didn't kill Loftus.
Oh, that picture proves he did. The evidence is there in black and white.
Black and white aren't true colors, kid.
Not true.
No. And pictures themselves can lie.
I don't get... Hello? Headquarters. Connect me with homicide, please. Casey, tell me, what do you mean?
Well, I'll explain the whole works, Annie, after I take some pictures of Jake and Lou that'll be really on the level.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Here's some really good news for the millions of people in the United States who prefer their beer and ale in clean, sanitary glass, as Americans have preferred it for more than 100 years. You can now buy your favorite brand of beer and ale in a new kind of glass bottle, a lightweight, compact glass bottle that requires no deposit and that never has to be returned. Think of it. No more piling empties in the corner. No more carting them back to the store. No more complicated beer bottle bookkeeping. When you've finished your beer or ale, you simply discard the bottle as you would any other food container. And here's another thing. The new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottles are light in weight, easier to carry home, and they take up less room in your refrigerator, too. So next time you buy beer or ale, demand it in sparkling clean Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottles. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
There's a lot of things I don't understand, Casey.
Well, all right, pal. We'll take it from the beginning now.
Lou Salwin did considerable talking before he died, Ethelbert.
He's dead, huh?
Yeah, both him and Jake.
Tell me.
Well, while Treaty was bartender at the Briarwald, he found out that Lou Salwin was stealing from Jake, his boss. Yeah?
And then Lou caught Treaty cheating the cash register and told Jake.
Who'd knocked out some of Treaty's bridge work, which made Treaty very sore at Lou for snitching.
So he laid for him with a camera and got that picture of Lou robbing the safe for a really big haul.
After that, Treaty sat pretty at Lou's expense. Lou got pretty desperate under the pressure, and finally he hit on a bright idea. He'd get Treaty in a worse spot than he was by killing Loftus.
Lou killed Loftus?
Right, he did. In Lakeside Park, where Treaty was to meet Lou and collect more blackmail. Lou shot the pug and then hit himself with a camera and waited. When Treaty suddenly saw Loftus where he expected to meet Lou, his first instinct would be to draw that gun. And Lou got a very interesting picture of him standing over the body with the gun.
And Treaty didn't know about the picture, of course. It was taken by a black light, an infrared bulb. When he realized Loftus was dead, he lost no time in getting away fast.
Sure, Lou developed his picture and sent a print to Treaty, but his sloppy way of writing sevens got the print into Mrs. McCluskey's hands.
Why'd he send the picture to Treaty?
Well, to shake him up, to make him sweat. Then Lou went to his apartment expecting to find him in a big dither, ready to trade the original negative of that safe robbery for the negative that made Treaty seem a murderer.
But Treaty hadn't received the print, and Lou realized it might fall into the hands of the cops. But they arrested Treaty for a murder he hadn't committed. He'd tell everything he knew about Lou.
Lou's big scheme had backfired. He had to get the negative of the robbery picture Treaty held over him. Treaty wouldn't tell him where he'd hidden it, even under the beating that Lou gave him. Well, you know the rest.
And he was a bartender, like me. Miss Williams, I'm going to report that guy to our local and have him thrown right out of our union.
He's dead, Ethelbert.
Yes, sir. Huh?
Dead, Al.
Oh. It's like my sister Edna says, Casey. Quote, if you get your picture took, you're liable to get framed. Unquote.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole. It is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In service, starting mileage 9458, 9458. Control 156, in service, mileage 9458, 9458. 56, 1019. The watch commander is in his office now. 6:10 p.m. Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
Well, we almost made it to the corner. What was that all about?
I've been waiting to see the lieutenant, Don. He's got some information on a narcotics investigation for us.
Oh, by the way, this is Don Reed, a police recorder. At the moment, you're writing in Detective Unit 56. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins contacting Control 1 by radio. Now, while you're with us tonight, remember the people you meet are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors, there is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 56, already on assignment in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Into the station?
check with the captain.
The keeper. Let's see what's cooking at the booking desk.
It's your first time in the Culver City jail, yeah? Would you give me a cigarette? How long were you incarcerated the first time? What do you mean, incarcerated? What happened tonight?
The subject being booked for plain drunk.
Will you give me a cigarette? Please, I'm Mississippi. Give me a cigarette. Will you do that? You're a man or you're a mouse? Will you give me a cigarette?
Wearing a raccoon hat with a tail hanging over his eyes. Sort of a miniature Daniel Boone.
When you sober up a little bit, we'll allow you to make a phone call. You're in no condition to be phoning or talking to anyone. Okay?
I'll sprain myself tomorrow. May I have a cigarette?
You have them, smoke them.
Well, I had some in the car. Would you give me one, please? I'll do something for you tomorrow.
Smoke it now. When you go into the jail, you can't take it with you.
Okay, I want to smoke it now. I hit my own mother.
Okay, Captain.
Don?
Yeah.
Be darned, what time can I talk to my sister? I'm all wild.
What's that fellow raising all the fuss about?
He wants to make a phone call.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing except the party he wants to talk to that's in Mississippi. What's the deal with the captain?
Well, we got a fellow here in the interrogation room. Claims he knows where some narcotics are being sold. One of the uniformed cars picked him up a few minutes ago hiding in the back of a store. He's been held now on suspicion of burglary. You remember him. He's the one that always wore a striped coat with a sailor hat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we booked him for disturbing the peace just recently, I remember.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Perkins. Sorry, sit still. Why don't you tell me now? What?
Are they gentlemen?
They're gentlemen. Every one of them.
I have a reason to believe, Mr. Perkins, that somebody is using drugs.
Whereabouts are they using them?
Right at my house.
At your house? What makes you think they're using narcotics at your house? Excuse me.
You find out.
Just a minute. Perkins. Yeah. Yeah, can we call you back in a little bit? Okay. What makes you think that they're using them down there?
No, I've been out in China. I know all of them. I'm an alcoholic. But drugs I never used. I'm sure those boys is using drugs.
Are they down at your house now?
Haven't you found out?
No, I haven't. That's why I'm asking you.
Who's this gentleman over here?
That's Don Reed.
God, I'm awful drunk, but... Mr. Perkins, can't you help me?
Yes, I'm trying to help you. I want some information, though.
You got it.
Because all I've got is that you think there's some narcotics down at your house.
Not at my house.
And not at your house?
No.
Whereabouts?
There's something you must know, Mr. Perkins.
Tell me. That's what I'm sitting here for. I'm waiting to listen to it.
Would you drive me down the corner and I'll show you?
What are you going to show me?
Well, you gotta pick up this boy, Mr. Perkins. You gotta be...
What are you going to pick him up for? Narcotics?
Well, you find out.
I'm not going down to just pick up any person on the street or in somebody's house unless I have reason to believe that they committed a crime.
I know that there's something wrong there, Mr. Perkins.
Well, what? Where is the house? What's the boy's name? What's the location? We'll look into it.
I'll take you there. You know who I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
Mr. Perkins, this is something you should know about.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm asking these questions. You keep telling me it's something that I should find out about. Well, tell me. What is it?
Something about... I'm sure, Mr. Perkins, I'm sure that these boys is using drugs.
Can you point the house out to me?
Yeah.
I take
Just
you out
get
there?
in the car. Yeah. Look, you need... This boy you need to get a hold of. You know I'm an alcoholic, don't you? And I never used drugs in my life or anything like that. But I'm sure, I'm almost sure that
There's something wrong there.
Can you point the house out to me?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go. You want to?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, very good.
We're en route to the location where the suspect claims he can point out the house where narcotics are being pushed. This is a new part of town. I'm not too familiar with it. Whether the suspect is taking us for a joyride or not, it's hard to tell. But you can't take anything for granted in this business.
What makes you think this boy is using narcotics? By his
Mr.
actions?
Perkins, if I'm wrong, you come and tell me. I'm sure that there's something. I'm sure. Am I absolutely sure?
What makes you so sure? Their actions?
Yes, of course.
What do they do that's so unusual? How do they act?
Unusual.
You can't just go around accusing a person of using narcotics unless you've got a good reason for it. Get yourself into trouble doing that. We appreciate information, but we want the right information.
You got it.
I don't know whether we have or not. You haven't told me anything yet, except that a boy uses narcotics.
Well, you better find out, Mr. Perkins.
Turn right, Mr. Perkins.
Right. You only have to pull up in back of this car.
Right here?
That's right.
Okay. Now what? Which is the place?
Right there.
This place right here with the picket fence?
Just a minute. Who's going to get this boy?
Nobody's going to get him until we know what it's all about.
Checking the building the suspect is pointing out. It's pitch dark and covered by trees. I can't see anything from here.
No, you're not going to get him. That's the place. Okay. Let's go back to the station.
Why?
Present time, you're under arrest. You know that. You're a prisoner. Okay.
Guiding the suspect into the station. Turning him over now to the desk, Sergeant.
Sit down there. One in the other room. Straight over that courtroom there and sit down there. George, you want to put this fellow in the detention room pending further investigation?
Right, okay. You want to come with me?
You think we got a mental case here, Sergeant?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Let's go over to his house and talk to his wife. Hear her side of the story.
Okay. We're sitting in the kitchen of the suspect's home. Now, this is an average American place. Very comfortable, but small. And the suspect's wife is just finishing up the dishes. And now is putting him aside and just coming over to sit down now and discuss the case with Sergeant Perkins.
I picked up your husband, and he'd been drinking pretty heavily. In fact, I took a bottle away from it. He has quite a story he's been telling us about narcotics.
Yes.
Do you know anything about that? We're trying to get something out of it.
It is simply terrible that any father would sort of start a story like that. This is not true. In the past, in drinking, for instance, he usually said that his wife was in a hospital, very sick, and he was so worried about her. That was not true. His brother had broken his leg, was in a hospital. The brother never heard of such a thing. All that is not true. And so I think that he wants to talk. He likes to have people pay attention to him. He wants to talk, and he'll say almost anything just to get attention.
How long have you been married?
25 years.
25 years.
I got a divorce 2 days before Christmas. I think he definitely needs mental care, and he spent 30 years in the Navy, and during that time he was in the mental ward several times. His Navy record would show that anything that I have to say like that is true. And I've tried for years to have him voluntarily go and commit himself.
We're a little bit worried about his condition, and especially in the past history we've had with him here.
What type of condition? Do you mean the drinking or his physical?
Well, the combination of the drinking, possibly the mental.
Yes, I don't see how it could help but have some effect upon a person's mentality.
We're afraid that he just might do something dangerous out here and be a menace to society. And if we do it, it's going to be necessary to book him through with the charges here, whereas if we can get you to do it, or if they'll accept you, I will assist you in it, and it'll save putting that on his record.
Something has to be done. It has to be done.
Well, if that's what you want us to do, well, we'll go ahead and do it.
That is what I want you to do.
And as far as any narcotics or any of these boys that he's talking about, do you feel that...
I think, I'm positive that it's a sad thing that a father should say such a thing. I feel that a mother or father should protect their child and not go spreading something like that around the neighborhood. Every neighborhood we've ever lived in, I've gone through this humiliation of his foolish talking and drunkenness. And
okay,
all right, now he will be taken down to the county hospital, and Monday morning I'll call and make a see if...
Right. If you will, please.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
If you do, look into that.
We'll check it out. We have to check it out, yes.
Let's get back to our car. Sure rough on her, isn't it?
Yeah.
Five 6 to 1, clear on our code 6. And will you notify the Detective Bureau that there's nothing on this narcotics deal? Suspect's a mental case. Will you make arrangements to transport him to LA Psycho ward for treatment?
Control 1 to 5-6, clear. Will do.
You know, Pert, one part of this deal I don't get.
What's that?
How come we didn't check out that home where narcotics were supposed to be pushed?
There's a good reason. You know the building that he pointed out?
Yeah?
That's the public library.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and police recorder Don Reed.
Control 1 to all units in the vicinity, and cars 5-3 and 5-4 at 2205 Overhill, 2205 Overhill. Possible mental case throwing bottles in the bar. Code 2.
5 6 to 1, we're right on top of this. Will you advise the other units? We'll come in from the rear and cover the back.
Control 1 to 5-6 and 4.
Well, not more than 10 minutes ago, we answered a call of a possible mental case breaking up a bar just down the street from this address. However, he was GOA, gone on arrival. We talked to several witnesses, and apparently the suspect was under the influence of narcotics. Now, whether our present call is the same one, of course, remains to be seen. Things almost too similar to be a coincidence. Matter of another block or so, and we'll flip around a corner, head up the alley to the rear. Matter of fact, the bar's just over on our left-hand side. Just a second now, we'll find this alley. We're going to flip in here. Hold on. Down the alley. Oh, I've seen smoother roads in my day. There's the red light of the uniform car already in the parking lot. It's pitch dark. And the headlights,
The suspect here, he is swinging punches. One officer's down. There's quite a struggle going on. Let's get over there. He's a big fellow, well over 6 feet, strong. He's ready pulling up a battle.
Thank God! 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 Thank God!
Says he ain't going. That's a matter of opinion. Perkins getting into the hassle. It's a wrestling match to get the cuffs on. They'll have to cinch up tight to control him, otherwise somebody's going to get hurt.
Get emotional. Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God! Thank God!
Trying to get the suspect into our car.
Thank God. Thank God.
One of the victims over here. Blood trickling from an eye wound. What's he been doing?
He's all hopped up, and I was down there at the bar helping this woman bartend. I've been drinking, yes. But,
You been blasting?
Yeah, he's been blasting everything. Start throwing beer bottles out the door and start throwing them through the windows. And I stopped him from throwing through the windows and everything. And I came down here to try to get in the car. And after that...
Where's his car?
Huh? He ain't in no car right now.
Are you going to get your car or what?
No, I'm in this truck right over here.
In your truck?
Yes, sir.
I'm, Stand by a minute.
Okay.
Officer Chuck Sarlo over here. Looks like he's been in the death storm.
Let's get him in and strip him down completely. Let's find out for once. Let's get this guy behind bars where he belongs.
Okay.
Because this guy says he's been blasting marijuana. We've been looking for him for a long time. So we get him in there. We'll take him back and strip him down.
He's under something. Wild.
We'll finally get right back in. Right on. We'll do that.
Let's move back to our car. Shoes being removed. Prevent injury in case of kicking. We'll ride up front.
It's killing me. Honest, it's killing me. This one and this right hand. Honest, it's on my...
Handcuffs are tight. Keep his mind on that instead of taking the police car apart.
I can't. It's cutting off my circulation, honest.
Well, you have to calm down. You know how
Will you let it loose a little bit, please? Please, officer, please.
Long, slender hands.
Please, look at
Any
me.
looser needs to slip out of them. Studying the suspect's face. Strong indication, use of marijuana. No eye reaction. Pupils pinpointed. Irrational. Repetitious.
Please, come on.
Constantly repeating himself.
No. Please, get this off, please. Please. Just get a key and No, please. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Let me look.
Look at this. It's too tight.
You're not too tight.
Oh, it is.
Starlow, riding back. Guard the prisoner. Let's get to the station.
You remember me? Hey, do you remember me? You know I don't give you bad times. Move over. Come on. When did you get out? I know, man. You swear. Right? Okay. So we're buddies, aren't we? Now, just move over. I'm not going to give you a bad time. Yeah, what are you doing? Blasting tonight? Blasting, smashing. What do you mean? Blasting, smashing. Yes, blasting, smashing. When did you get down to life? One of you guys tapped out over there. Oh, get your hands off me! When did you get out of there? Get your hands off me! When's the last time you got a hunter farm? Yeah, get your hands off me! I got it! You hear me? I got it! Let's see, I can loosen your cuffs up a little. Face over that way, back up.
What'd I do wrong tonight? What am I doing right now? What am I doing, huh? What am I on?
You were 214, servants of peace, and...
under the influence of... The old line. Alcohol, disturbance of peace. And someone said I was black. And someone said I was under needle. Naturally, they all say I'm under needle. I'm smoking opium too, man. These still lay happenings. I'm smoking opium. I'm disturbing the peace now. Disturbing the peace.
A couple more blocks to the station.
You know what you are? You're a parasite. You're a political parasite. Yeah, man, laugh. Political parasite. You know what that means? You know what a parasite is? No. Well, you know when a shark is in the ocean? Yeah. There's always a couple of parasites stuck onto him. The shark's the killer. You follow behind.
Apparently he thinks he's the shark. We're the parasites.
Political. Well, if you would sit there...
Let's get out this way.
I can't get out. I know where you're going to drag me out. That's all, because this cuffs are too tight.
We don't want to have to drag you in here. Let's
open the door.
Well, here's the door's open on this side.
I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to do it. Don't.
Get out there on the other side. Come on.
Oh,
6 feet of handcuffs, uncoiling stubbornly.
We'll
get you two, so come to the detention cell, Chuck. We'll shake him down good in there. We'll go through his clothing now, see if we can find enough evidence to book him on a marijuana charge.
What's this line from here? Working.
Checking his arms for needle marks.
Take your pants off.
Suspect shaking his head, tears down his face. But he's still taking his pants off.
Your shirt, too. Don, come over a second, will you?
Yeah.
Hold this flashlight for me.
Okay.
There's his pants. Let's try his shirt.
Not yet.
We could only find one marijuana seed.
Nothing in his shirt either.
Not anything. Not gonna do it. 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 I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Apparently he's not going to do something.
Flash in there?
Blasting. What do you think I am? Ha, boy?
I don't know. I asked you a question. You haven't answered it.
Well, that's that guy.
You haven't answered my question yet.
Smoking. You think the only thing in the whole world is smoking?
Somebody says you were blasting.
Somebody says I'm blasting. Somebody says this. Somebody says this. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Somebody says this. Somebody says that. Somebody says schmack.
Where'd you buy the stuff you smoked tonight?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to tell it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to tell it. I'm not going to tell it. I'm not going to do it. I'm asking to go to jail.
Yeah, well, we're happy to oblige. Chuck, take him over to the window and book him disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. Come on down, let's go.
Help her? He's sure about blasting marijuana. That guy's hiring a kite.
Yeah, but you know it, and I know it. The witness knows it. That doesn't prove it in the court.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. For their disposition, we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's tour of duty on the night watch is a good example of the diversified problems encountered in police work. In the case of the suspect suffering delusions and claiming knowledge of narcotics, it was his wife's desire he be committed to a mental institution for treatment of alcoholism. My department concurred in this opinion and assisted in obtaining the placement. In the final case of the suspect breaking up a bar, as you noted, there was considerable suspicion that he was under the influence of marijuana. However, he was booked for disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. Some people may voice the question, why wasn't the suspect booked for suspicion of the use of narcotics? The answer is one of the big problems in police work today. What you suspect and what you can prove are two different things. This very principle is the cornerstone of our American way of life. Regardless of the suspicious circumstances, a case must be backed up with physical evidence and proved beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law. There are countries who don't agree with this procedure, but it's our way, the American way. To help you appreciate and understand this is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and
Duke's in the lead.
Yeah.
Lousy can only hold it. One more lap and he'll cut the flag show.
Come on over here away from the rail, Connie. We can see if he wins it from here. Even if he does, I'll still take him when I get my own crate.
I never saw a grease monkey yet who didn't want to be a racing driver. Except me.
Yeah.
Me, I'm happy. I don't crack up. I don't go through no fences. I'm happy. I fix a tire. Beat him gas. But I'm just a mechanic. I know it.
Look, I'm not trying to run your life, Tony. You're happy here in the pit. Okay, so you're happy. Hey, there goes number 8 out after Duke. He's catching him.
And they're coming around the bend and into the stretch. Hey, did you see that?
Sure, Duke tried to push number 8 through the fence. That's Duke for you. That's him all over.
Hey, here they come. Hey, look. Number 8's nosing in front.
Yeah.
Duke's eating dust.
That's even too good for him.
They're heading for the finish. There's a guy with the checkered flag. It's between number 8 and Duke. It's Duke. No. There's a finish. It's number 8.
So what? Somebody's got to win, don't they? It don't have to be Duke just because we're here in his pit.
I'm going over to the rail. Here he comes rolling toward us.
Okay, I'm with you.
He'll be fit to be tied, Joe.
Now, ain't that just too bad?
I'm going to talk to him. Hey, Duke.
Yeah?
See, that was a tough one to blow, Duke. You only lost it by a nose.
I didn't lose it. Lost Bobby.
What do you mean, Duke? What do you mean?
Yeah, Duke, what do you mean?
Which one of you guys checked my tires before the race started?
Joe here did.
That's right.
What a blew on me halfway through the race.
Yeah, I know. We put the new one on, didn't we? Tony and me practically broke a track record for speed, too.
Oh, you changed it fast enough, but number 8 didn't have any tire changes. That's the reason he got up there in front of me.
Gee, Duke, that could happen to anybody. A tire blows, boom. It happens all the time.
Yeah, but it's generally an accident.
Sorry if my checkup on the tires wasn't right, Duke. They tested okay. Sorry if that made you lose a race.
You want to be a racing driver, don't you, Joe?
Yeah.
Figure you can drive for old man Roberts someday, too, don't you?
Yeah, I do. What about it?
You know what's liable to happen when a tire blows when you're going around a turn beating 100 miles an hour?
I said I was sorry I'd made you lose a race, didn't I?
I'm not talking about losing a race. I could have cracked up, gone through a fence. You cost me the race, all right, but you almost cost me my life. It's all right to be ambitious, Joe, but don't overdo it.
Hey, Chicky, what was my time?
Hold it, Joe. I'm on my way over. Oh, you did great, Joe. Just great.
Yeah? What did I do exactly?
You did it a minute faster than number 8 that copped the big race on Saturday. The one that beat out Duke.
Yeah, good. That means I entered this crate for the next big race. You know, this little supercharger of mine really went to town. This thing was hopping all the way.
Joe, you're going to beat Duke when you go up against him, aren't you?
Oh, you know I am, honey. I've been mechanic for that guy for a year. I know him inside out. I'm going to beat him all right. Before the year is over, I'll be the top driver for old man Roberts.
Oh, you bet you will. That's my guy who said that.
And that's my girl who says that. You really have forgotten all about Duke, haven't you, Chicky?
You made me forget him, Joe. I've forgotten him. But not what he did to me. You've got to run him into the ground at the next race, Joe. You've got to beat him.
Don't worry, Chicky. I'll beat that guy. One way or another.
I knock with 9 points. Kings, tens, and 6, 7, 8 of diamonds. How many do you have, Duke?
I don't know you, Mr. Roberts. Got to figure it out. Here's a king I lay off on you. 10 I lay off. That makes it 3 5s, 3 deuces, 3 and an ace. 4 points, undercut.
Well, how do you like that? Tony, did you ever see anything like the luck that Duke has in gin rummy?
He's awful lucky, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, stop turning around and look at Tony after every hand, Mr. Roberts. That isn't going to help you win, you know.
Well, something better helped me. I haven't won a hand all night. And in my own office with my own cards, too.
Now, Mr. Roberts, if I was you, I wouldn't hold no hard cards. Maybe that's a way to beat Duke in gin rummy. Save the small.
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Tony, how is it every time I play, Duke, you're standing in back of me?
Well, I just like to watch you play, that's all. I don't open my mouth, do I? I don't say nothing.
No, you don't talk. But you can see my hand and you can signal him.
Signal me? Now,
Yeah.
wait a minute, Mr. Roberts.
Wait, nothing. You can signal him, Tony, with that toothpick you always have in your mouth. Yeah, you keep it in one corner. It means I have kings, a little toward the center queens, in the center jacks, and the other corner tens. That's how it could be done.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you don't think I'd cheat you, do you? After all, I drive for you.
After tomorrow's race, you'll be saying used to drive for me. I've got this thing figured out now. Tony signals with the toothpick. And if he takes it out of his mouth, that shows I need the card he's signaling for in a run. That's what's been going on here.
Gee, Mr. Roberts, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't smart enough to signal nobody. I wouldn't know how to signal anybody.
You'd know how to remember what's told to you. Duke, you've won at least $15,000 from me in the past few months. I want that back.
Mr. Roberts, that's being unreasonable. You aren't being cheated. I won that money, honestly.
I doubt it. I don't think you ever did anything honestly in all your life. Do I get that money back, Duke?
I don't see why I should give it to you.
You don't, eh?
No.
I'll explain it to you. I hate losing. But worse than that, I hate being cheated. Something is going to be done about it, believe me. And very soon.
Ever been to one of these auto races, Markham?
No, never, Vance. I've seen the standard motor car races, but never these midget jobs.
Does you good to get away from your office once in a while. You're too conscientious a district attorney. You never have any fun.
Look who's talking. If I were on a case at the moment, I wouldn't be here, but neither would you, Vance.
Well, concentrate, Markham, because there's the...
First sprint of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Making the first turn, it's number 6, 8, 7, and 12, with the rest of the cars bunched in back. They're heading into the first stretch now with the leaders in the same position. Number 3, driven by young Joe Turner, starting to come up. Wide of the pack, and number 7, that's Duke Wilson's, keeping him on the bank and preventing him from getting up top speed. Wilson is crowding number 3 to the rail, and 3 drops back. Here they come past our broadcasting booth. And number 6 is giving way to the speed of it's number 4. Number 4 is coming up from nowhere on the near turn, and he's leading all the cars with number 7 in back of him now, and number 3 laying back in third position, waiting an opportunity of getting between them. There they go, hub to hub, making the turn and coming around at top speed. Here comes number 3 making his bid. Number 7, that's Wilson, tries to crowd him off. Wilson's tugging at the steering wheel. He can't seem to straighten it out. There he goes! Through the fence! Turned over! The
Poor
officials
fellow.
are running over to the Wilson
Nasty
car.
accident, wasn't it, Vance? It was nasty, all right, Markham. But I'm not so sure it was an accident.
Sure was a tough break for you, Mr. Roberts. Your car was leading all the way when Duke went through that fence.
It was a tougher break for Duke. The ambulance doctor said he doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, that's what happens in this racket, Mr. Roberts. You never can tell when you start a race where you'll end up. That's the reason I don't want never to drive. Me, I'm a grease monkey. I'm no auto racer. But I still say it was a tough break for you, boss.
How do you figure that?
You got kind of sore at that game last night. You promised Duke something. Looks like you kept your promise.
Why, you...
Not to me, I thought you understand, but to other people. If they should happen to be told what you said after the game busted up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like working here, Mr. Roberts. Take me out of a pit where I can kick a motor around and fix it, and life ain't worth living. I stay on the payroll, don't I, Mr. Roberts?
Hello, Mr. Roberts.
Who are you and what are you doing in my office?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance, and I've been waiting in your office for you. I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
Well, originally it was because Duke Wilson, who was killed at the racetrack this afternoon, drove one of your cars. And I suspected it might not have been an accident that caused his steering wheel to go haywire.
Yeah, go on.
Police investigations showed that the steering mechanism had been almost severed, so that a yank at the steering wheel would throw the car out of control.
I didn't know that.
As I said, that was the original point in my coming to see you.
Oh.
Since I've been here, I happened to notice this gin rummy pad on your desk, with the score of an unfinished game and scores of a lot of games that you did complete.
What about it?
Someone with the initials DW won all of the games, and was winning the game which you quit on. Could that be Duke Wilson?
I played with him quite a bit.
I've never heard of a gin game being called off before it was over unless it was interrupted by someone or something like a quarrel. And after looking at these scores, I can see what you might have quarreled about. Didn't you ever win?
No, as long as you asked, I didn't. What about it? Who's there?
Me, Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner and Miss Dale.
Turner won today's race, didn't he?
Yes.
Please ask him to come in, Mr. Roberts.
Come in.
Mr. Roberts, I didn't know you were busy.
Come on in. This is Joe Turner and his girlfriend, Chicky Dale. Philo Vance.
Hi,
How do you do?
Mr. Vance.
Congratulations on winning that race, Turner. Nice driving.
Thanks. Mr. Roberts, I came up here to see if you could use a guy like me, testing your stock cars and driving for you. Now that Duke's not around anymore.
You didn't waste much time, did you, Joe?
Huh?
Do you know Vance and the police think Duke was murdered?
Murdered?
The steering wheel was fixed, so the first yank at it would send the car out of control. You were a mechanic, I understand, Joe.
Yeah, that's right.
Were you near Duke Wilson's car before the race started or late last night?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Well, I was in the garage, just getting some tools of mine. I used to work there. But I never went near the car.
Perhaps you didn't.
Don't believe him, Vance.
No. Well, it seems that we have a young man with opportunity and motive right here in the office.
What do you mean?
Quite interesting. It's a good thing for you, Miss Dale, that you had no reason to hate Wilson and that you weren't near his car last night.
Good thing? It's a bad thing. I used to go with Duke, only he threw me over. And I was in the garage last night. I went there with Joe, only I was walking around while he got his tools. So nobody can say I didn't fix Duke Wilson's wagon either. Hello?
Chicky, this is Joe.
Oh, Joe, darling, what happened after I left you in Vance in Mr. Roberts' office?
Well, nothing much while Vance was there, but after he left, Mr. Roberts offered me a job.
Oh, Joe, that's wonderful.
It's great, only I don't understand something he said.
Well, tell me about it. What was it?
Well, he said that starting right away, I could start driving for him, providing that I forget about what I saw last night.
Uh-huh.
But, honey, I didn't see anything last night.
Didn't you, darling?
Well, no.
Well, I did.
What are you talking about?
When you went into the garage to get your tools, I was walking around like I told Vance. And who do I see right near Duke Wilson's car but old man Roberts himself? He's hiring you to keep my mouth shut.
This is District Attorney Markham. The motor murder case opened when Duke Wilson was killed while driving his racing car. Later, the steering wheel was found to have been tampered with. Vance has discovered that Wilson won a lot of money from George Roberts, car manufacturer, and also that he had made enemies of Joe Turner, recently a mechanic but now a racing driver, and Turner's girl, Chicky Dale. Vance has told me that he's on the way to a private garage to see Tony, Duke's mechanic, and he should be there about now.
Can you hear me under there, Tony?
Sure, Mr. Vance. I can hear you. I can hear you good. I got to get this private bus fixed for a friend of mine, or I'd come out from under this car and talk to you. Go ahead, I can listen, okay?
Tony, you were Duke's mechanic. Did you want to be a driver?
Who, me? Nah, not me. I'm a guy who likes what I'm doing.
Were you and Duke friendly?
Yeah, in a way. I was with him last night, Vance.
Where was that?
Old man Roberts' office. Wait a minute, I'll slide out. Oh, I sure am a mess, ain't I?
Well, that's what overalls were made for, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Well, listen, like I was saying, I was in Roberts' office, and there was a gin rummy game going on between the old man and Duke. And it wound up...
in an argument because Duke won so consistently.
Who told you that? Roberts?
No, he carefully refrained from going into that subject, but I gathered he believed Duke was cheating.
You gathered? Brother, he really told Duke off, but good.
Tony, do me a favor, will you?
Sure. What do you want?
There's a telephone pay station right over in the corner. Here are 3 nickels.
Wait till I wipe my hands here. What do you want me to call?
3 people. Chicky Dale, Joe Turner, and Mr. Roberts.
Okay. What do I say when I get them?
Tell them who you are, and tell them you know something they wouldn't want you to talk about. Then tell them you are leaving town for a day or so, and we'll call them when you get back. Okay?
Right. Here we go.
Which of the 3 are you calling, Tony?
I may be stupid, but I'm polite, Mr. Vance. I'm calling the ladies first.
You sent for me, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I did, Turner. Sit down.
Thanks.
I offered you a job last night after Vance left this office, remember?
Sure, I remember. Not only did you offer me a job, but I took it.
Well, I've changed my mind. There is no job with my company for you.
Wait a minute. Hey, now look. You said something about my not talking.
I don't care now whether you talk or not. I can't bribe everybody in the world to keep quiet about my fighting with Duke or my being near his car the night before he was killed.
I don't want to know what you can or can't do, Mr. Roberts. I got a job with you. You said so yourself.
I told you I changed my mind.
You can't do that. I counted on that job. It means a lot to me. It means Chicky and I can get married.
Who cares about Chicky and you?
I care about Chicky and me. You're not going to do anything to hurt us, do you understand? Well, do you understand?
Get out of here.
Oh, no. This means too much to me. I'm staying right here till you decided you've changed your mind again, that you do want me to work for you.
I said get out of here. Get out or I'll throw you out.
Don't try it, Mr. Roberts. Don't. Hey, take your hands off me. Take them off, I told you. Okay, just take them off.
You'll be a sorry young man for that, Turner. A very sorry young man. You'll never drive another racing car on any track in the country. I'll see to that.
Go ahead. See what harm you can do me, especially when the police hear about you being next to Duke Wilson's car the night before it was fixed so it would crack up.
I don't understand exactly why Vance wanted me to see him here, Miss Dale. I hope you don't mind our using this apartment for a meeting place.
I don't mind anything. I've got worries.
Really? Tell me about them.
Spill to the DA? Not me, Markham. Not while I can think the answers out myself.
Oh, that must be Vance now.
Oh, I've got something to tell him if it is. And I'll soon find out whether it is or not. Press that buzzer on the wall, will you? It opens the door.
All right.
Hello, Miss Dale. Markham.
Good evening, Vance.
Hi, Vance. I want to talk to you. Something's going on that I don't understand.
What's the trouble, Miss Dale?
A couple of hours ago, I got a call from that stooge grease monkey, Tony. He says he can louse me up, and he'll see me in a couple of days when he gets back in town.
Well?
Well, that call came only 15 minutes after I get one from some guy who don't give his name, but says that if I'm a smart girl, I didn't see anything around the garage the night before Duke Wilson got killed.
It does sound rather involved, doesn't it, Vance?
A little. Miss Dale, did you ever go out with Tony the mechanic?
Me? I should say not. I used to go with Duke Wilson.
I know that. How about Mr. Roberts? I just want a point covered. Did he ever try to take you out?
Him? He's old enough to be my father. Look, I never went with anybody except Duke and Joe. I never went with anybody else. Nobody else ever tried to date me, call me, or write me, ever. Satisfy you?
I'm satisfied.
How about you, Vance?
Oh, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied that now I know who murdered Duke Wilson.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Roberts.
Well, what do you want, Miss Dale? And make it quick.
Oh, take it easy, Mr. Roberts. I came here to make a deal, not to start a fight.
What deal would I possibly want to make with you?
Oh, let's put it this way. Vance and Markham just left my apartment. But they left after Vance insisted he knew who killed Duke Wilson.
How can that possibly affect me?
Oh, stop kidding, Mr. Roberts. You're not talking to a dope. I've been around, which isn't important, but I was around the garage the night Duke's car was gimmicked, and that is important.
I went through all that with your boyfriend, Joe Turner.
Yeah, he told me. Look, Mr. Roberts, Vance maybe knows who fooled around with that steering wheel, but he can't prove anything because he wasn't there the night before Duke went through the fence, but I was.
Somebody else was there, too, apparently. Somebody who called me up and threatened me. Tony.
That was a gag, a trick of Vance's. He tried it on me, too. Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner's got to have that job if I'm going to keep my mouth closed.
You'll keep it closed. You've got nothing to say except that you saw me in the garage.
That could be enough.
You won't say that to anybody, Miss Dale. You won't tell it to a soul. Because what I was doing there had nothing to do with Duke Wilson's death. But it might look as if it did. So you'll keep your mouth closed, Miss Dale. You'll keep it closed or I'll close it for you.
Look at him go, Vance.
Turner has a good car, and apparently he's a good driver. And he believes in practicing. That's important.
Think he practiced murder before he killed Duke Wilson?
I didn't say Joe Turner killed Duke, Markham.
You didn't say he didn't either. You didn't get me down here to the racetrack just to watch Turner work out.
No, that's right, I did.
Hey, Mr. Vance. Pretty good time Turner's making, huh?
Very good, Tony. Tony's checking Turner's time and helping out at the pit. Come on over. He can tell us something we want to know.
Right. Vance, suppose you tell me something I want to know on the way.
All right, I will. I called Mr. Roberts and asked him to meet us here.
Now I'm completely informed. Thank you very much. As if I knew what I was thanking you for.
You'll know very shortly, believe me.
Well, Mr. Vance, how about that car? I really got it working like a charm, ain't I?
I imagine you have. And I imagine Mr. Turner will concur with my imagination.
Hey, what a motor, Tony. You're a genius. This thing runs like a clock. Hiya, Vance. Markham.
Hello, Turner. Whose car is that you're driving?
I own. The one I won the race with. The race where Duke Wilson got killed.
Built it yourself, eh?
Yeah, Tony and me.
Did Tony and you build the murder of Duke Wilson, too?
What are you talking about?
Hey, Mr. Vance, I don't like that kind of talk. I don't like it at all.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Very well, Mr. Turner. Tony and you didn't kill Duke Wilson. Tony did it all by himself.
Me? How did you know I killed him? I'll knock you up.
Vance, I got a monkey wrench. I'll stop myself.
Well, thank you, Joe. You can do other things well besides drive racing cars, I see.
So this is the monkey who killed Wilson. He's the one who gimmicked the steering wheel.
That's right.
Vance, did you just trick him into making a break, or did you really know?
I knew, Markham, believe me. Of course, his admitting it won't hurt your case in court, but I knew. I'll meet you tonight and tell you how I knew Tony murdered Duke Wilson. It was really very simple, Markham. The only complicated part of this case was that there were 4 suspects. That's quite a few.
It most certainly is, especially when 3 of them had motives like Turner, Miss Dale, and Roberts. And it turned out the 4th was the killer. Why did Tony want Wilson dead, Vance?
Apparently because he was Wilson's partner when they both were cheating Mr. Roberts at gin rummy, and apparently Wilson wouldn't split with him.
Reasonable, especially in view of the fact that he knew Roberts and Turner hated Wilson and that he'd never be suspected. What made you think it was he?
I didn't think. I knew. Remember, Markham, when we were in Miss Dale's apartment, she said she had received 2 phone calls. One from Tony, and one a quarter hour before that from somebody who threatened her if she told what she'd seen in the garage the night before Wilson was killed.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, there's no question in my mind but that the first call came from the real murderer who knew Miss Dale was at the garage that night and thought she might have seen something. The second call did come from Tony, and he made it at my request.
Well, who made the first call?
Tony, only I didn't know anything about that one. All I did know was that he dialed Miss Dale's number without having to look it up in the phone book when I asked him to get her on the phone.
Oh, which means that he'd called the number before.
Very shortly before.
Yes.
After Miss Dale told me he'd never called her previously, never had tried to date her, then I knew that the only way he could have known her phone number was if he'd just called it. And if he had called it, he was the murderer.
Well, you certainly call that, Vance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you know something? I never suspected Tony, not once. Not even in the beginning.
The beginning isn't important, Markham. What is important is that this is the end of the motor murder case.
Calling all detectives. Many people try to get money that isn't coming to them. But I once had a case of a man who tried to refuse $1 million. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. It doesn't take a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, to realize that nobody ever gets anything for nothing. I pushed my way through the crowd of reporters camped outside Timothy O'Toole's apartment door.
Hey, Jerry, what are you doing here? Going to be Timothy's bodyguard now that he's worth $1 million?
I shrugged, didn't answer, because I had no answer. I knocked 3 times as prearranged.
Oh, it's you, Jerry. Okay, come on in.
Timothy O'Toole's apartment was a 3-room cold-water flat on Willow Street, in which he lived with his wife and 2 kids. Until yesterday, Timothy had been an employee of the sanitation department, a garbage collector. Today, he was a millionaire, or so the papers claimed.
Oh, boy, am I glad to see you, Jerry. Sit down. Hey, Agnes, bring me friend Jerry Browning a chair.
I smiled at Timothy's scared-looking, plain little wife. Thanks, Mrs. O'Toole. Now, Timothy, what's this all about? Did your great-uncle in San Diego really leave you $1 million? Timothy didn't answer at once. Finally,
Jerry, the money's really been left me. Except I never had a great-uncle or any other kind of relative in San Diego or any place else. Jerry, they gave $1 million to the wrong man.
The garbage collector was willed $1 million and admitted to me that he had no right to the inheritance. Now, wait a second, Timothy. A great-uncle is kind of a distant relative.
Not that distant, Jerry. My father and mother had no brothers or sisters. I have kids to have other kids for me to be a great-uncle to.
Timothy, I lost you halfway through, but I get the general idea. Just what is it you want me to do?
Jerry, if it's a mistake, I don't want the money. But if I did have some relative I never heard about, I'd like for you to find that out.
I grinned at him. Okay, Timothy. You're an honest man. I'll go to work on it right away. At the legal offices of Jenkins, Rafferty, Greystock, and McComb, the senior partner told me,
"The inheritance is from Patrick McCarran, Mr. O'Toole's great-uncle on the maternal side, and it's fully in order. In fact, this is Mr. George Quentin, the late Mr. McCarran's general manager."
I shook hands with Quentin, who was big, bluff, and heavily tanned.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Browning. I worked 18 years for old McCarran. Heard him mention a great-nephew many times, always meant to look him up. And no surprise left all his money to him. Had no other relative.
That's fine, Mr. Quentin. But how can you be sure Timothy O'Toole is the great-nephew? Quentin shrugged.
That's lawyer work. Name is right. O'Toole comes from the right town. He's the right age. Lives on Willow Street. Has the right father's and mother's name. That's good enough for me. But, of course, I'm no lawyer.
We kicked it around some more, but it was plain that both Quentin and the lawyer were satisfied that they had the right legatee. The law firm was reputable. The million was real. So, okay, gentlemen, I guess Timothy O'Toole is just a lucky man. I reported back to Timothy, refused a fee since I hadn't done any real work, congratulated him on his good fortune, warned him not to let anybody swindle him out of his money. It was all I could do without a full-scale investigation, and by now Timothy obviously was beginning to enjoy his wealth. That's all there was to it. Except that about 6 months later, another case took me to California. I finished my job days ahead of schedule, decided to spend some time driving down the coast, enjoying the scenery. That's how I happened to be in a small town north of San Diego, where I picked up the news that a millionaire had recently purchased a mansion. His name was Timothy O'Toole. Remember me?
Sure, I remember. You're Jerry Browning. What do you want?
Timothy, that's no way to talk to an old friend. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Well, we've got some fancy friends visiting, and nice seeing you, Jerry. If you're passing by some other time, drop in.
How do you like that? Snubbed by a guy who used to be grateful for a cup of coffee on a cold morning. I turned to leave, and as I did, caught a glimpse of a face at a window. The face of plain little Mrs. O'Toole, as plain as ever, and white with fright. I saw her only for an instant, but that was enough. Instead of heading back home, I went to San Diego. In San Diego, everybody knew about Patrick McCarran. He'd started with a lunch counter, expanded over the years to one of the largest chains of drive-in restaurants in the state. His death had been abrupt, a heart attack brought on by acute indigestion. The assistant district attorney wasn't happy with me.
Mr. Browning, you can't expect us to exhume a body on suspicion such as you've recounted. Mr. O'Toole and his general manager, Quentin, will fight such a request, and, well, frankly, I can't say I blame him.
Look, sir, I have every reason to believe Mr. McCarran was murdered. Poisoned is my guess.
But why? Who had anything to gain? Except O'Toole, who was over 2,000 miles away at the time. No, Mr. Browning, I can't do anything for you. Until and unless you come here with concrete evidence.
I spent the next day watching the O'Toole mansion. Quentin went in and out several times, but neither O'Toole nor his wife ventured outside the grounds. What were they afraid of? They had the money. Nobody could take it away from them. Or could it be taken away? I went back to San Diego, registered at a hotel, and then made some phone calls home. All I wanted to find out was, did George Quentin ever have an opportunity to meet Timothy O'Toole before McCarran had died? I got the answer fast. Quentin had been on a visit to our city the year before McCarran died, spent 2 weeks there, then returned to California. Maybe you don't think that's very concrete evidence, but it was enough to get McCarran's body exhumed.
Gentlemen, this body has enough poison in it to have killed 6 men.
Okay, let's get a warrant for Quentin's arrest. Quentin never did confess, but we convicted him just the same, through the testimony of Timothy O'Toole and his wife. It was a careful, clever murder. Quentin knew that if he made himself legatee of McCarran's will, there'd be suspicion and investigation. So he picked a legatee carefully, somebody 2,000 miles away, a poor, humble guy with approximately the right type of family background, a man who'd love wealth once he became a little accustomed to it. A man who could be controlled thereafter by hinting what the man already knew, that he had no real right to the inheritance. Well, Timothy's back with the sanitation department, but he's a department head now, as befits a man who was once a millionaire. Like I said, you can bet $1 million that easy money is generally the toughest kind to keep. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Fifth Mask.
Brother, am I glad to see you. You are Philip Marlowe.
Yeah, I'm Marlowe.
Well, come on in. You're not exactly what I expected, Phil.
No?
Mm-mm. I didn't realize private detectives came in the deluxe edition. You'd like a drink, wouldn't you?
Now, look, when you called me a few minutes ago, it was strictly panic because your life was in danger, Miss Barr.
Vivian will do, Phil.
Yeah, well, okay, Vivian. What's happened in the meantime?
Happened? Nothing. Why?
And you seem pretty well balanced for somebody on the edge of being a homicide statistic.
Well, I'm doing my best to hang on to myself, that's all.
Oh.
But now that you're here, I can breathe again. You just sit down, won't you, over there? I'll fix the drink.
Uh-huh.
We're going to get along fine, Phil, I can tell.
Yeah, well, could be.
There. Now we can be more comfortable. Your health, Phil.
Your health is supposed to be the point, baby. You said a man threatened your life.
Yes, a man named Fred Sears. A character I used to know. He was hurt in a hotel fire 6 months ago.
Oh.
Must have been his head. He thinks he wants to kill me, and he's come to town to do it. But now that you're here...
I suppose he's got reasons, huh?
Do they matter?
Yeah. To me, at least. I like to know which end of the stick is short before I grab.
Well, I'm not even sure myself. I only knew Sears briefly. Here's his picture, Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the whole affair was stupid.
So you brought it to me instead of the police, huh?
I brought it to you because I need private help, and I'm willing to pay for it. Pay very well, I might add. Oh, look, Phil, you don't have to bother about the reasons why. Just see that Fred Sears leaves me alone tonight. It shouldn't be hard. Is your drink all right?
Delicious. Too bad I can't stay and finish it.
What? Oh, Marlowe, wait. You mean you won't help me?
Not on guesswork, baby.
But don't you realize my life's in danger? I'm scared.
Yo, sure. Speechless. You can get yourself another boy, Vivian. Woods are full of guys with no curiosity at all.
Oh, Marlowe, please be reasonable.
Good night, baby. I had no doubt that a guy named Fred Sears wanted to kill Vivian Barr, and that she was genuinely afraid of him, but I also had no doubt that working for her without all the facts was like playing blind man's buff with the front end of a jet plane. Sooner or later, you were a cinch to get sucked in. So I drove off the hill toward the Sunset Strip again and prepared to forget it and go home. Until my rearview mirror told me that I'd picked up a tail. I wagged it back and forth across Hollywood for 20 minutes without losing it. Then I stopped at a quiet corner bar in my neighborhood, went in the front door and straight on through to the alley and then around to the front again. I got back in time to see the man who'd been following me get out of his car and head for the door. It was one Mutt Pomeroy, a sleazy ex-comrade in arms who had his private license revoked for assorted malpractices a year ago. I waited till he was almost up to the entrance before I stepped out where he could see me.
Oh, well, Phil Marlowe. What do you say, kid? How's business?
I keep smiling.
Sure you would. Buy a drink, I don't suppose.
What's on your crummy little mind, Mutt? Let's have it.
Easy, Marlowe. Take the hands off. What's the idea?
You've been tailing me just to keep in practice. What do you want?
Okay, hotshot. I figured maybe you'd appreciate a little cooperation. For instance, you tell me why Vivian Barr wants a private peeper, and I'll tell you something more than worth your while. Well?
I thought your license was dead, Pomeroy.
Yeah, it is, but I'm not. I still got eyes and ears and a mouth that I like to keep well fed.
Now, look, I can help you plenty in this case, Marlowe. What do you say, kid? Get together?
I didn't take the case.
You what?
That's right. If I catch you tailing me once more, Mud, I'll tie a can to you. Now beat it.
Yeah, well, let me know when you need a hand, Marlowe. Right across your kisser.
Be it ever so humble. Oh, no. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
Oh, Phil, I've been calling ever since you left. This is Vivian Barr.
Now, look, baby, I told you a few
minutes. Listen to me. I've got to have your help. I'll tell you the truth, all of it. Anything you want to know, only come back, please.
Oh, will you listen? I'm trying to tell you.
I've seen someone outside here, Marlowe. I'm almost sure it's Fred Sears. Hurry, will you? I'll tell you everything. Hurry.
3 things I could never resist. Beer with a head on it, moonlight, and a beautiful dame. So I headed again for the parking terrace at Vivian's apartment house and made it in about 15 minutes. I was out of my car and halfway across the terrace before I noticed the changes. First, her apartment was dark. Second, a man who had just pulled a key from her front door lock froze when he saw me and then turned and bolted through a clump of hibiscus and cornered himself in an enclosed patio. He tried to make it over the wall, but the second time he fell back, I nailed it.
No, please, let me go. I gotta get away from
You're
here.
trying it the hard way, Buster, believe me. It'll be easier by way of Vivian's apartment first. Come on your feet. Oh. Who are you?
I'm Douglas Peck.
Douglas what?
Just Douglas.
Okay, just Douglas. We'll also straighten that one out inside. Go on, open the door.
No, it's locked.
Sure, it's locked. Take the keys out of your pocket and unlock it. Hurry up.
Who are you?
Name's Marlowe. Go on inside.
No, please, Marlowe. Listen, I can't go in there again.
What's the matter? Afraid of the dark? Go on! Turn on the light.
All right, then, all right. There.
Vivian Barr's eyes were still open. But all the life had gone out of them. She'd slid half off the blue velvet divan onto the floor, and a gleaming gold satin she wore was stained red by a dark, stiffening smear on her chest. Her purse was open on the coffee table, and spilled out of it was a note addressed Dear Vivian and signed Fred Sears.
What is it, Marlowe? What are you looking at?
One good reason why Vivian Barr ended up like that. Here, read it.
Dear Vivian, the broken back you handed me 6 months ago wasn't as hard to take as the broken promises. Count on seeing me real soon. Fred Sears.
Yeah. Now, Douglas, to digress, assuming you didn't kill her and it was this Sears, what was your connection?
Well, I was just a friend of hers. Business associate.
Well-heeled business associate, judging by your wardrobe. She mentioned your type, but not your name. Let's get on with that, shall we?
Marlowe, listen, I had no idea that Vivian was mixed up in it. Marlowe, look.
Huh?
There at the window at Sears.
Kill the light. Keep down, Douglas. I'll be right back. Sears ducked as I ran for the door, and when I got outside, he was rounding the corner and heading for the enclosed patio. He was up on the wall by the time I got close enough to grab for him.
No, you don't. Why?
His foot caught me in the side of the head. I wound up on my back with nothing but the torn-off pocket from his jacket in my hand and a crumpled pack of cigarettes and a slip of paper on the ground with a phone number. I picked it up and started back to Vivian's apartment in time to hear a car door slam and see just Douglas, scared stiff, crouched behind the steering wheel of a step-down Hudson. A second later, car and all were gone in a funnel of dust. Well, I couldn't lose much more, so I went back into the house to use the phone.
Los Angeles Morning Star.
Society editor, please.
One moment.
Okay.
Society desk, Miss Ludlow speaking.
Hiya, Corey. Phil Marlowe.
Phil, darling, how are you? Gee, it's been a long time, mister. I haven't seen you since...
Yeah. Now, look, honey, I need some fast help.
Crashing somebody's party, Marlowe?
Could be, but it's strictly business. Now, can you give me a rundown on a phone number? Crestview 54124.
54124?
Yeah.
Just a minute, lover.
Okay, sweetie.
Oh, yeah, Phil. That's the old J.G. McKay mansion. 910 Mission Drive.
Uh-huh.
His niece Celia McKay has the place now. She married up with a guy named Paxton last fall, I think. She has oodles of money. Any help?
I'll let you know. Thanks a lot, baby. Before I left, I called Lieutenant Matthews at Homicide and told him what happened. He said he'd put out a call for Fred Sears and suggested I keep in touch. After that, I drove to Beverly Hills. The McKay mansion at 910 Mission Drive dominated the rows of bowing trees that lined the long, curving driveway like a dowager queen presiding at court. When I rang the bell beside a carved mahogany front door big enough for an airplane hangar, it was the butler who finally opened it for me. It was all he could manage.
Yes, sir.
My name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective. I'd like to see the head of the house, please.
Have you an appointment, sir?
No, this is a courtesy call so far. There's been a murder, Buster. Now, please get Mr. Paxton, Celia McKay Paxton, or any reasonable facsimile thereof, huh?
Never mind, Cartwright. You can run along. I'll take care of this, whatever it is.
She was friendly, red-headed and hefty, but wore a dress so well draped it would have made a Notre Dame tackle look good. It was all held together at the neckline by a big dazzling brooch made up of items on a Mardi Gras motif, and each covered with enough jewels to retire a family of 5. Except for a space in the center, shaped like a mask, which was dull, black, and empty. I must have been staring because that's where she picked up the conversation.
If you've finished making your estimate now, Mr. Marlowe, maybe we can get down to business. I'm that reasonable facsimile you mentioned, Mona Paxton, Celia's sister-in-law.
Oh? And Mr. Paxton's your brother, huh?
Same thing.
Yeah, well.
You said something about a murder, I believe?
That's right. A woman named Vivian Barr.
And is that supposed to mean something to the members of this household?
Maybe we better ask them.
I don't think so, Mr. Marlowe. We're all quite busy here.
Now, look, Mona, I followed a lead that started at the body of a dead woman, ended here at this house. You people can talk to me now or the police. In a few minutes. Make up your mind, fast.
Police? What about the police? Mona, what is this? Celia, my dear, I'm sorry. I'd hoped you wouldn't be bothered by Mr. Marlowe here. In his opinion, we're all murderers or something.
I see. And why do you say that, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't. It isn't quite that bad.
And specifically, how bad is it, if you don't mind?
I don't mind at all. I'm looking for a man named Fred Sears in connection with the killing of my client, Vivian Barr. I'm here because there's a definite tie with somebody in this house. Now, at this point, I'm still asking for cooperation.
This has gone far enough. It's preposterous. Mr. Marlowe, until you mentioned their names, I never heard of either of those people. Mona?
No?
They're still my husband, Mr. Marlowe.
Dear, will you come out to the door, please?
What's going on? What's the matter?
There's a person here I want you to meet. Mr. Marlowe, my husband, Mr. Paxton.
Why, how do you do, Mr. Marlowe?
I'm doing better, Mr. Paxton.
Oh.
Douglas, Mr. Marlowe here wants to know if the names Vivian Barr or Fred Sears mean anything to you.
Why, I don't think so. No. No, they don't. Why?
You may leave now, Mr. Marlowe. We've given you all the cooperation we can. If you come back, you'd better have a warrant with you.
Okay, Celia, I will. Because one of you 3 is a liar, and I can prove it. So if you want to talk it over before I call in the cops, I'll listen for a while. Hey, Cartwright.
Yes, sir? You called, sir?
Yeah, you look like a fairly honest man. Where can I get a good cup of public coffee around here?
Why, there's a little shop 2 blocks down, sir.
Thanks. And to you, Cartwright, good night.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Sunday, September 10th. Note it well, or you'll miss a whole lot of laughs. For that's the day Jack Benny checks in again at CBS The Star's address. Yes, this Sunday is the day Jack, Mary, Dennis, Bill, Don, and Rochester return for another great season of top-ranking comedy. Be sure you're on hand this Sunday and every Sunday when CBS brings you the one and only Jack Benny Show. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Fifth Mask.
When the 2-ton front door of the Paxton home closed behind me, I dropped the cocky attitude quicker than a chorus girl lets her stage I'll go when she hits the wings. I knew that I was still a long way from finding Fred Sears. And 10 minutes later, when I was in a corner booth at the plush Beverly Hills version of a one-armed joint Cartwright had suggested, I began to worry about it. Until the front door swung open and admitted Mrs. Celia McKay Paxton. She threw a stern eye and a sharp semicircle that nearly sliced the place in two and then bore down on me.
Mr. Marlowe, I want to talk to you. What do you mean by...
Why don't you sit down, Mrs. Paxton?
Well, Very well. Now, Mr. Marlowe.
Coffee, Mrs. Paxton?
No, thank you. Mr. Marlowe, specifically, what did you mean when you said that one of the 3 of us was lying?
Specifically that, Mrs. Paxton. I don't think I could have been more blunt, but I'll try. I'm after Fred Sears and anybody or anything that can lead me to him. Now, you. Why are you here, Mrs. Paxton?
Well, it's, Mr. Marlowe,
Hard to say, maybe? Odd like I'm suspicious of my husband's connection with all this, Mr. Private Detective. Will you go to work for me? Is that it?
Oh, no. No, not that. Mm-hmm. But, Mr. Marlowe, I'm no fool. I know that I'm a plain-looking rich woman who loves her husband. And well, sometimes men are silly. And if there is anything,
Mrs. Paxton, I can't go to work for you. I don't take that kind of a job. Besides, I'm already working on your problem insofar as it concerns the late Vivian Barr.
I don't understand that. You say you're looking for Fred Sears.
But not overlooking anything else, Mrs. Paxton. Like the outside chance that Sears didn't kill Vivian Barr. I didn't see it happen, you know. It could have been somebody else.
Who?
You.
But
After all, you just implied a good motive.
No, I didn't. I only gave you a suspicion. A dark, ugly thought I'm ashamed I ever had. That's all. And I didn't kill that woman, Mr. Marlowe.
I know you didn't. It was only bait, Mrs. Paxton. I hoped you'd snap at it and come back with an answer that would get me to Sears.
Mr. Marlowe, I never heard of these people before tonight.
I know, that's what you said. But you see, Mrs. Paxton, even as you, I, too, sometimes have dark, ugly thoughts that I'm ashamed of. Only in my case, it's business. And tonight, the business is Vivian Barr's murder. Good night, Mrs. Paxton. Hello? Comfortable, Mr. Paxton?
Marlowe, please. My wife may see us. Get in and drive away. Hurry.
All right. Just for size, hurry it is.
Now, Marlowe, tell me. Does Celia know?
About Vivian? Hard to say, Paxton.
Look, I've got to tell you the truth.
Don't bother, man, about town. It sticks out like a sore thumb on a hitchhiker. You like it easy, you like it smooth. Your wife was one, Vivian the other. It's not a new story, Paxton.
But believe me, Marlowe, I couldn't help myself. I've learned my lesson. Marlowe, would money, say, $50 now, more later, would that help you forget what you know?
$50?
Well?
You didn't love Vivian Barr. You hated her, didn't you?
I hated... How did you know that?
That cheap bribe you just made. Indiscreet gentlemen with their backs against the wall don't offer peanuts now and more later unless they're broke. You could be broke, Paxton, if, for example, Vivian was blackmailing you out of every cent of your allowance. Good enough?
She was rotten.
Rotten enough to kill?
Kill? Are you crazy? Marlowe, it was Sears.
Maybe. I didn't see him do it. You had a good reason.
He had a better one. Sears was taken in just like I was. When he met Vivian, he had a few $1,000s, and she fell in love with every one of them.
You said a better reason, Paxton.
And I'm getting to it. I came into Vivian's life after Sears was hurt, saving her in that hotel fire.
Saving her?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I thought he was hurt, period.
Yes, that's all the papers got, but he was injured because he rushed into the fire to save Vivian. She couldn't afford to have it known that she was at that particular hotel at that particular time. She told me so herself.
You didn't quit even then, huh?
I couldn't, Marlowe. I wasn't strong enough. Then later, when I was, she wouldn't let me. Not without paying. And that's the whole story, Marlowe.
Unless you're still holding back a lead on Sears.
Well, why should I?
Because if you're it, Paxton, not Sears, you've nothing left but the slim hope that Sears, who knows he's framed, will be shot running away from the police.
No, you're wrong, Marlowe. That's not it.
All right, then try this. If I'm wrong and Sears is still the one we want, he could also be after you, Paxton. You know, you're pivot man in that triangle, too.
What? Why, I never thought of that. What am I going to do?
Grab a cab and go home and hide in the cookie jar.
Marlowe, don't be facetious. My life...
Relatively safe, Paxton. I was only trying to trick you into spilling something on Sears.
Oh. Then you no longer think that I killed Vivian?
I didn't say that. So long, Paxton. My apartment was only a few minutes from Beverly Hills, so I decided to call the police and fill them in. Also, a little all-alone straight drinking might burn the bad taste out of my mouth. But when I was in the hall there, I knew it was going to be a little while before I got a chance to do either one. After all, there was still a Paxton to go. Mona, the lady with the beautiful Mardi Gras brooch, and the not-so-beautiful mind for business.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Marlowe.
That figures. Come on in. I'll get the lights.
You don't seem surprised. You expected me?
Yeah, as much as the others. Already huddled with your brother and your sister-in-law. Have a seat.
No, thanks. Mr. Marlowe, I'm going to come right to the point.
That's a switch. Want a drink?
No. Do you want $1,000? Mr. Marlowe, I said...
I heard you. Yeah. Also, Miss Paxton, I've heard a lot tonight about all I can take. I'll make it fast, will you?
All right, the 1,000 is yours, Mr. Marlowe, if you'll do one thing. When you catch up with this Sears, if you haven't already done so...
I haven't.
Keep my brother's name out of this, that's all.
Oh, it's a little too much. Also, you're a little easy, Mona. Your brother isn't worth covering up for.
That's not news, and it's beside the point. The 1,000 is to help me, not him. I've spent 5 very difficult years getting the rights to a cosmetic formula that can't be beat.
The point, Mona, the point.
All right, the point, Mr. Marlowe, is that all I need now is backing. Just yesterday, I got the promise of it. $150,000 worth of promise from my sister-in-law, Mrs. Celia McKay Paxton. And I'll lose that promise, Marlowe. Celia gives my brother his walking papers, and she will if she finds him out. Will you take the money, Marlowe?
No. No, will I go out of my way to whisper in Celia's ear? You're practically safe, Mona.
Who else is there?
Sears. If the police take him alive, there's a good chance he'll make a lot of embarrassing statements about your brother killing his girl and...
You expect someone?
No. Unless the police are tired of waiting to hear from me.
I shouldn't be seen here, not if you're going to keep Doug's name out of it.
Easy, honey. Get in there, the kitchen.
Oh, yes, thanks, Marlowe. Thanks a lot.
Okay, coming. Keep your shirt on. Oh, no.
Well, didn't expect to see little old Mutt Pomeroy so soon again, eh, kid? Mind if I come in?
Very much. What do you want, Pomeroy?
To show my wares, Phil, boy. You know, like the jewel T-man.
Skip the funnies. What is it?
Fred Sears. I know where he is.
You sure about that?
Sure, like I don't take $3 bills. I followed him tonight when he got away from you.
All right, come in.
Hey, nice place, Phil.
What's your price, Mutt?
$200.
I'll pay $1. The address.
The money.
Okay. Here. 15, 16, 80, 90, 100.
Yeah. Thanks, Phil, boy, thanks. The address says 31 Bayfront Drive, Santa Monica. It's an all-alone beach joint, kind of neat. Belongs to a friend of Sears who's out of town. Oh, he's using his car, too. I overheard him explaining to a neighbor. Yeah. Good night, Marlowe. See you around, huh, kid?
Oh, Pomeroy.
Yeah? Yeah. What is it, Phil?
2 questions.
Uh-huh. First?
Your connection with all this, what is it?
Oh, a hunch that I could pick up a little extra. You see, I spotted Paxton out with that Vivian babe once, and I knew who he was. Also, I knew who his wife was, so I figured...
Yeah, I know how you figured.
Okay, but you said 2 questions, kid. The other.
This. Whatever made you think I do business with a louse like you?
Marlowe, he's unconscious?
Yeah. If ever saw you here, your mailbox will get nothing but extortion notes for the next 6 months. He'll get out now.
All right, Marlowe, but won't he ruin everything anyway?
Don't worry, Mona. I'll convince him one way or another. Yeah. Let's see now.
Hey, Marlowe, you crossed me.
Sure, I'll do it every time, Pomeroy. We're conflicting personalities.
Police headquarters.
Like to speak to Detective Lieutenant Met... Holy cow.
Hello. Police headquarters. Hello. Police.
Never mind. Pomeroy, that little hunk of jewelry there on the rug. Just fell out of your pocket when I frisked you, didn't it? Didn't it?
Yeah, sure it did. So what?
So before I beat you senseless, get up and tell me what you got it. Come on, where'd you lift it? Come on, Pomeroy.
Get your hands off.
All right.
I found it at that Vivian Bar's joint. It was on the floor and it sparkled like dough. She was dead, so I figured it might as well...
Thanks, Pomeroy. You told me all I want to know. Don't wait up. Outside, I piled into my car and drove fast for the beach house at 31 Bayfront Drive, hoping hard all the way that either I was making a fat mistake or if I was right, I was going to be on time. All told, it was about 40 minutes later when I screeched to a stop in front of the place and found it lights out and deserted. I was ready to start cheering until, from the closed garage that was tucked under a wing of the house, I heard it. A car motor running as in suicide by carbon monoxide. The big double doors were locked, but around on the side there was a window. In another minute, I was in and over to Fred Sears. He was slumped over the front wheel, his face the color of wet ashes. I cut the motor, then dragged him out of the place by a back door that led to a patio. There I stretched him out on the ground and took a good look. A long look that left no doubt in my mind. I turned away from him when I heard a woman's footsteps on the walk outside near the window I'd broken. It was Mona Paxton.
Marlowe, what is it? Marlowe, are you all right?
Yeah, but don't come back here, Mona. It's not a very pretty sight. It's Sears.
Sears?
Yeah, I dragged him out here. He left the motor running, carbon monoxide.
Oh, no. What a just terrible way to go.
No worse than Vivian Barr. How'd you turn up here, Mona? Follow me?
Yes. Because I was worried about that man in your apartment. I wanted to ask you who he was.
When I took off coattail flying, it looked like something important, huh?
It certainly did. And it certainly was.
Yeah. Well, I'd better get through to the police now. There must be a phone inside. You go wait at my car, huh? Quit shaking. After this, you haven't got a thing to worry about. Business, I mean.
I know, but I just can't stop smiling. I'll be at the car, Marlowe.
Homicide, Lieutenant Matthews speaking.
Marlowe, Matthews. Out in Santa Monica, 31 Bayfront Drive. I've got Vivian Barr's killer.
Fred Sears? Great. Just hold it, Phil Mooney.
Now, wait a minute.
Call Santa Monica,
Matthews.
get a car out to 31 Bayfront
You...
Drive.
Hey,
Fred.
Matthews.
Hey, Marlowe, nice work. I'm glad
Now,
I
will you wait a minute, Matthews? It doesn't play that way.
What? What do you mean, Phil? Not Sears?
No. It's a woman, Mona Paxton. Sister to Douglas Paxton, a guy married and playing around with Vivian Barr. Mona killed Vivian because Vivian was blackmailing her brother, and that, in turn, was about to ruin a business deal that meant a lot to her. An awful lot.
Yeah, it must have.
Yeah.
What about Sears? Does he still tie in?
Sure he does. She found out where Sears was hiding, which is out here at the same time I did. But she got a head start on me at the point of a gun, set him up in a closed garage in what was supposed to be suicide.
Oh, he's dead, huh?
No, he's fine. I was lucky enough to get here in time. He's resting out on the patio, breathing well. See you, Matthews.
Everything's taken care of, Marlowe?
Mm-hmm. Just about, Mona. Well, the police will,
Correction. The police are here.
Yeah. Doesn't take them long, does it, huh?
No. I, for one, am glad of it. Just as soon get all this over with. You too, I guess.
Yeah. Me too, Mona. I got away from it all as soon as I could, but I didn't go home. I drove out to a spot I knew nearby, a cliff edge where the only sounds were a couple of seagulls who couldn't sleep in the ocean 100 feet below, crashing on the rocks. Then I took a second look at the little item Mud Pomeroy had picked up in Vivian Barr's apartment. A collection of tiny stones, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, all in the shape of a small mask. A mask that I knew would fit in place exactly over an empty spot on Mona Paxton's Mardi Gras brooch. The proof that Mona had been to Vivian's place. Yeah, a little mask. We all wear them one way or another. We've all got something to hide. Maybe that's what's wrong with people, huh? They all think they've got to hide from each other and from themselves. Yeah, so I threw the little mask into the ocean, and then I went home.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Senville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Frances Robinson, Betty Lou Gerson, Ann Stone, Olin Soule, Jay Novello, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Durant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a little man with big heels tried to run over me. A giant in a warehouse nearly cost me my life. And a treacherous blonde almost buried me at sea. All that for a client who couldn't pay me a cent. But on whose behalf they were paid in full.
This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, where you enjoy the Contented Hour every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
the National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspy. Especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each Friday night. Tonight, the case of the Insidious Impersonation.
Agent Ferguson, Counterspy Liaison Bureau, Washington. To David Harding, Communications Section, Pacific Coast Field Headquarters. Urgent. Ferguson to Harding.
Harding, Pacific Coast Field Headquarters.
Reference confidential file R33X, sir.
Confidential file R33X. Go ahead, Ferguson.
Special request has just come through from the State Department that you personally meet the liner SS Trigania, which arrives in New York tomorrow.
What time is the Trigania due?
It's scheduled to dock at Pier 33 at 10 a.m.
All right, Ferguson, have a cutter standing by for my use. And notify the parties concerned that I'll board the Trigania at Ambrose Light.
Yes, sir, will do.
Peters, notify Spaulding that I'm putting him in charge of our present operation here on the West Coast till you and I get back.
Till we get back, where are we going?
Now, after you talk to Spaulding, call the airport and order the jet to be ready for a takeoff within an hour.
Why the big rush, Mr. Harding? What's up?
We're making an emergency flight to New York, Peters. I'll give you the details on the way.
Well, Mr. Harding, how about those details now?
Peters, we're flying to New York in reference to confidential file R33X.
File R33X?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. You weren't in Washington last week when I discussed the matter with Mr. Johnson of the State Department.
No. Just what is R33X, Chief?
That's the code number for a special mission to Washington by Mr. Ramon Sierra.
Ramon Sierra, the Philippine statesman?
Yes. Mr. Sierra and his aide, Colonel Manuel Quinto, are scheduled to arrive in New York tomorrow morning aboard the liner Trigania.
I don't get it, Dave. Why New York?
Well, Mr. Sierra is ostensibly taking a long ocean voyage for his health.
Ostensibly?
Mm-hmm.
A cover-up for his business here, isn't it?
Exactly. Very careful plans were made not to arouse the suspicions of Huck espionage agents in the Philippines. The secret conference in Washington will deal with a defense plan for the islands in case of a surprise attack like the Korean affair.
Certainly big stuff, Dave. There's no telling what espionage agents would do to get information on what will be said at that conference.
Or no telling what they would do to stop it. That's why we're on our way to New York, Peters, to make sure that Mr. Sierra's mission is accomplished safely and successfully.
Senor Sierra? Senor?
Over here, Colonel Quinto. At the deck's red. What is it, Colonel Quinto?
I have been looking all over the ship for you, Senor Sierra.
Oh?
We have just received a radiogram from Mr. David Harding of the United States Counterspies. He's meeting us aboard tomorrow morning to escort you to Washington.
Ah, David Harding. I will be delighted to see him again.
You don't understand, Senor Sierra. There must be a special reason for Mr. Harding himself to come. The Counterspies must have some special information regarding personal danger to you.
Now, Coronel, do not let your imagination run away with you. I'm sure Mr. Harding comes only because of protocol.
Just the same, Senor, I will not rest easy until tomorrow. I suggest we return to our cabin and remain there until Mr. Harding comes aboard.
But I am expected in a few minutes at Mr. Douglas's cabin. We are to continue our chess game.
Please, Senor, do as I ask. We can afford to trust no one.
Colonel Quinto, you are actually worried about Mr. Douglas.
After all, what do we know of him?
We know that Mr. Robert Douglas is a retired American businessman returning home after a visit to doctors in Vienna.
Espionage agents make use of many disguises.
Mr. Douglas, an espionage agent. Now, Colonel, you're carrying things much too far. Mr. Douglas is a paralytic, confined to a wheelchair for over 5 years. Why, he's so helpless as nurse, Miss Marshall. Even has to make the moves on the chessboard for him.
Just the same, Senor Sierra, we must take every precaution. The future security of our nation is dependent upon your mission. I must insist that you return with me to our cabin.
I am sorry, Coronel, but I have promised my company to a sick man. The least I can do my last night aboard is keep such a promise.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Sierra. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Miss Marshall.
I've already set up the chessboard, and Mr. Douglas is raring to go.
I most certainly am, Mr. Sierra. I brought my aide, Colonel Quinto, along. I believe you gentlemen know each other?
Yes, we do.
Of course. Glad to have you here, Colonel.
Thank you.
To be truthful, Mr. Douglas, the Colonel insisted upon coming. Insisted? The Colonel has a notion that you may be a spy. A spy? Really?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Douglas, I can safely say now that you are a spy. You are no more a wheelchair invalid than I am. Is that not true?
All right, Colonel Quinto. Colonel, he's gotten out of the wheelchair.
And Miss Marshall is not a nurse. Are you, Miss Marshall?
No, I'm not a nurse. But I do know how to administer a hypodermic when its use is called for.
Colonel Quinto, you were correct about them all along. I should have listened to you.
Oh, no. I am glad you did not.
What do you mean?
I wanted you to come here. That was the plan.
Plan?
I know your nature very well by this time. I knew you would insist upon coming if I just went so far.
But I don't understand.
You have the hypodermic ready, Miss Marshall?
Ready, Colonel. Now?
In a moment. Now, do you understand, Sierra?
You have been working with him.
We all work in the same cause.
And I trusted you.
That was my purpose, to gain your complete trust. To make sure that you did not get to that Washington conference tomorrow.
Your plan will not work, Quinto. Mr. Harding will discover what happened when he investigates my death.
But you are not going to die. At least not yet. And you attend that conference tomorrow, but in name only. Is that not right, Douglas?
Si, Colonel Quinto. I will attend. He has my voice.
And that is not all. If you look at Douglas more closely, you will notice that he has your build, too, and your features.
Perhaps that is why you were attracted to me, eh, Sierra?
The impersonation will be flawless. Douglas has been trained well for his assignment. He has memorized all important facts in your career. And Miss Marshall has heard you this, too.
I'll use this hypodermic, Mr. Sierra, to keep you quiet and unobtrusive. So I'll have no difficulty in getting you, as the paralytic Mr. Douglas, off this boat tomorrow morning in New York.
And from the boat, you will be taken away by a special ambulance. All right, Miss Marshall.
Now, Mr. Sierra. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I promise to take very good care of you, Mr. Sierra.
What is...
Yes. Miss Marshall will take very good care of you. Until she is instructed to do otherwise.
I don't know what...
Feeling tired, Senor Sierra?
This is unbelievable. Fantastic.
Of course, Sierra. Fantastic. Unbelievable. That is what we rely on for our success. No one would believe that such a daring venture as this would be attempted. No one. Not even David Harding.
David Harding, United States Counterspy.
I am Colonel Manuel Quinto, aide to Senor Sierra.
Colonel?
Come in, please, Senor Harding.
Thank you.
I am delighted to see you again, Senor Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra, and welcome back to the United States.
It is good to be here again, Senor, and to renew old friendships, especially with you.
Well, I've been looking forward to this meeting, too, sir.
Let's see. When last we met... yes... It was in December 1943. The conference at your office in Washington in regard to establishing intelligence contact with our partisan forces. Is that not correct?
Oh, yes, that's correct, Mr. Sierra. There was such a conference in my office.
Yes. Senor Sierra has a remarkable memory for dates, places, and persons, Senor Harding.
Especially such a person as you, Senor Harding.
I am sincerely impressed, sir. Tell me, did you have a good voyage?
Very restful, thank you.
And very uneventful, we are happy to report.
Well, gentlemen, I can see no reason why the remainder of your trip should be any more troublesome.
Not as long as we are in your hands, Senor Harding.
well, just a minute, Miss Marshall.
Why, what is it, Purser?
I saw you starting down this gangplank with that wheelchair.
Well, I'm taking Mr. Douglas to the ambulance waiting on the dock. Is there something wrong?
Why, no, miss. Just thought I'd give you some help.
Oh. Well, no, thank you, Purser. I'm quite able to handle it myself.
Very well. Oh. I say.
Yes?
Mr. Douglas, he's looking rather strange this morning.
Strange?
Yes, as if there's something the matter with him. He's not moving.
Oh, that's nothing at all. He's just asleep. I gave him a sedative.
Oh, I see.
You see, he's had a very trying day.
Well, Miss Marshall, he's certainly a lucky man having someone as attentive as you are to take care of him.
Why, that's my job. That's what I get paid for.
Oh, no, Miss Marshall. I've noticed you many times during this trip. It's obvious to me that you're not just interested in the money that goes with your job.
Driver?
Miss Marshall.
There's a dirt road just ahead on the left. Will you drive the ambulance in there and park?
Right. How's your patient back there? Still asleep?
Uh-huh. And he'll be that way for hours.
How far you want to go, Miss Marshall?
Oh, just a little farther. I've got a car parked in the woods on the side of the road. All right. Stop here.
Okay, Miss Marshall, I'll take him out, get him in the car for you.
Well, that won't be necessary, driver. I can handle it myself.
It's kind of heavy, you know.
I can manage. And I can manage this gun, too.
You are listening to the case of the Insidious Impersonation on Counterspy. Sunday afternoon chimes mean mystery in action on NBC. Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, lends his debonair touch to the solution of another mystery, followed by that polite, diplomatic, and very deadly detective, the Saint. After the Saint, hear the Big Guy. And then your Sunday afternoon of mystery concludes with that new private eye, Charlie Wilde, who goes into action with a swash of the buckle and a few nonchalant homicides. Now, back to Counterspy.
Mr. Johnson's office is right down this corridor, Mr. Sierra.
Senor Harding, Colonel Quinto and I are very grateful to you and Senor Peters for escorting us here to Washington for the conference.
It was an honor, Mr. Sierra. Here we are.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Harding.
Afternoon, Miss Lane. This is Mr. Ramon Sierra and his aide, Colonel Quito.
And Mr. Johnson is expecting the gentleman in his office.
Let me thank you again, Senor Harding.
The pleasure was mine, sir.
I hope to see you once more before I leave Washington.
I'm sure we'll see each other again.
This way, gentlemen, please.
Adios, Senor Harding.
Goodbye, Colonel Quito. Well, Dave, our job's finished. No, Peter. Our real job has just begun.
What do you mean?
Hold on a moment. I talked to Mr. Johnson on this phone.
Hello?
Mr. Johnson, this is Harding. Now listen closely. Don't give away that you're talking to me, and don't act surprised by what I'm going to tell you.
I see. Very well.
The man who was just brought into your office is not Ramon Sierra.
What?
The man in your office is an imposter, undoubtedly an espionage agent. Now, you'll have to handle this very delicately. Play along as much as you can, but give out no valuable information. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand fully. The matter will be taken care of as expertly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I or one of my agents will be in touch with you after today's conference. National Airport, Thompson. Make it fast. Dave, I don't get all this. I didn't have a chance to explain before, Peter. Now, hold on just another moment while I use the radio. Harding, Car S1, calling headquarters.
Agent Ferguson, go ahead, Mr. Harding.
I just left the State Department building, Ferguson. I want a squad of men sent over immediately to Mr. Johnson's office in the Pacific Affairs Division.
Yes, sir.
Now, my orders are to have Ramon Sierra and Colonel Quinto kept under constant surveillance. Now, one more thing.
Yes, Chief.
Contact the airport. Tell them I want the jet ready for an immediate flight back to New York.
Will do, Mr. Harding.
Dave, when did you find out he wasn't the real Ramon Sierra?
When I first spoke to him in his cabin on the Trigania.
Oh?
He made a point of reminding me that we had met at a conference in my office back in 1943. Well, there was such a conference then, but I wasn't there. I'd been rushed to the Naval Hospital at Bethesda for an appendectomy.
He was trying all out to sell himself to you.
Yes. Lucky for us, he oversold himself.
Dave, this is one of the most daring schemes on record.
Yes, Peter. And now we've got about the most ticklish counter-spy job on record. Plenty of international ramifications that could blow up right in our face. We're going to have to work in complete secrecy.
Decide on any special modus operandi?
No, nothing special. We're flying right back to New York. We're going to dig until we find out what happened to the real Ramon Sierra.
Good evening, Mr. Sierra.
Huh?
Did you have a pleasant sleep?
Miss Marshall?
That's right, Miss Marshall.
What are you doing in my cabin?
We're not in your cabin. We're alone, Mr. Sierra, in a cottage on the south shore of Long Island. We left the ship over 10 hours ago. We came here by special ambulance.
Then it was no dream.
No dream, Mr. Sierra, any more than this gun is a dream. Now, I know you'll be sensible and won't force me to shoot it prematurely.
Colonel Quinto, he has gone to Washington?
Yes. Colonel Quinto and you, Mr. Sierra, are now in Washington, thanks to none other than David Harding, the chief of the United States Counterspies himself.
This insane scheme will never succeed.
It can't fail. You, Mr. Sierra, have already completed the first part of those very important talks with the State Department official, Mr. Johnson. And by this time tomorrow evening, our work here will be finished, and no one will be the wiser. Until, of course, it is much too late.
Peters in patrol car at Pier 33 to Harding, New York field office. Urgent. Peters to Harding.
Harding, go ahead, Peters.
Hello, Dave. I just went over the passenger list of the Trigania with the ship's purser. I've got something that might be a break in the case. Suggest you come down and talk to the purser yourself.
All right, Peters. I'm on my way there.
Well, Colonel Quinto, I would say we are well on our way to success.
Yes. And, Douglas, you can stop with the impersonation as long as we are alone in the hotel room, eh?
All right, Quinto. Well, I've come to really enjoy the part, especially deceiving Harding.
Yeah, you've done very well.
Thanks.
A drink, Douglas.
Delighted.
Scotch, is it not?
Uh-huh. With soda. But light on the soda.
Here you are.
Thanks. Too bad Miss Marshall can't be here to enjoy this.
I am sure Miss Marshall is getting equal enjoyment out of her part of the job.
I suppose so. She's a rather peculiar woman. I don't think I could ever kill anyone in cold blood. She always seemed to get a thrill out of it. But everyone to his own taste, huh?
In our cause, Douglas, it is everyone to his own usefulness.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I forgot. Well, how about a toast, eh, Quinto? To tomorrow, and the final session of the conference.
And to tomorrow, and the phone call I shall make to Miss Marshall.
That's the story, Mr. Harding. You see, sir, I offered to help Miss Marshall take the wheelchair down the gangplank, but she wouldn't allow me.
And this happened, Purser, after the other passengers debarked.
Oh, yes, sir. Quite a time after.
Would you please tell Mr. Harding the condition of Miss Marshall's patient?
All right, Mr. Peters. Well, Mr. Douglas looked rather, strange to me. He was slumped over in the wheelchair, motionless.
Miss Marshall told the purser that she'd given Mr. Douglas a sedative.
I see. Did you see Mr. Douglas' face?
Only part of it, sir. See, his coat collar was up and his hat was pulled down.
Oh. Well, did you notice where they went when they got down onto the pier?
Luckily he did, Mr. Harding. There was an ambulance waiting for them, and they drove off immediately.
Oh?
I've already radioed our agents in this area to investigate all ambulance services.
Yeah, good. Now, one more thing, Purser. During the time he was aboard ship, did Mr. Douglas have any close acquaintances?
Well, sir, now that you ask, I do recall him being friendly with another passenger, Mr. Raymond Sierra.
Sierra, huh?
Yes, Mr. Harding, very friendly. I hope I've been some help.
You certainly have. Thank you very much. Let's go, Peters. New York Field Office, Harding speaking.
Peters, Dave. Brayton and I just finished our check on Robert Douglas.
And?
Just as you figured, the name is a phony. No such person living at the address given in the ship's record. Brayton was in touch with the Passport Division of the State Department.
Both Douglas and Miss Marshall's passports are not recorded. Is that it?
That's it, Chief. No doubt now that Douglas changed places with Mr. Sierra.
Yeah, none at all. Oh, we've got Douglas under surveillance, but now the trick is to find Miss Marshall and her new patient.
Yeah, but where to start looking?
Well, get those reports from those ambulance services we're investigating.
And this, Mr. Sierra, is the amount of money the United States will furnish to your government for the purchase of defense equipment.
Senor Johnson, the Filipino Republic is everlastingly grateful for this great kindness.
Yes. Yes, you must be tired, Mr. Sierra. We've been at this conference table for over 7 hours.
No, senor. I am fine.
Well, we could finish the remainder of our business tomorrow morning.
Senor Johnson, I am anxious to finish tonight so I can return quickly to my people with the good news. I am sure you understand.
Yes, Mr. Sierra, I'm sure I understand fully. Well, then we'll go right on. We should be through by 8 o'clock if you have to make any plans.
8 o'clock?
Uh-huh.
I will call my aide, Colonel Quinto, at our hotel so he can make the necessary arrangements.
Harrison just phoned in, Dave. He located the ambulance.
Good.
Not so good.
Why? What's wrong?
The ambulance was not driven to the place noted on the service's record.
Well, what about the driver of the ambulance? Didn't Harrison check with him?
Harrison couldn't check with him, Dave. The driver was found this morning out in some woods on Long Island, dead, shot through the head.
Hello?
It's Marshall, Colonel Quinto.
Oh, I've been waiting to hear from you.
Sierra's almost finished with his work here in Washington. You will take a plane and meet us in San Francisco tomorrow evening.
Then everything is all set?
Everything.
What about my patient?
It is now 25 minutes of 8. Sierra will be through with the conference at exactly 8. And unless you hear from me to the contrary, at exactly 8 o'clock, you will put your patient out of his misery.
Communications Section, Washington, to Harding, New York Field Office. Blow alert on Sierra case. Stand by. Blow alert. Vital information coming through. Stand by.
Harding, Control Car S1, to all motor patrols in New York area. Disregard all previous orders and converge immediately on house at 56 Elm Drive, Glenmore, Long Island. Repeat, 56 Elm Drive, Glenmore, Long Island.
1 minute of 8, Mr. Sierra. You have exactly 1 more minute to live. Well, what's the matter with you? Aren't you afraid? You just sit there smiling.
I smile, Miss Marshall, because in the end I know I will win, and you and the others will lose.
We can't lose now. There's nothing to stop it.
There is always something. Someone to stop people like you.
For a man who's about to be shot to death, you seem very brave.
Death does not frighten me. I'm an old man. I have lived a full life.
Oh, no regrets, eh?
Only one.
And that?
That I will not be present when you and the others are brought to trial.
Your time is up, Mr. Sierra. Now we two say goodbye. Hello?
Put that gun down, Miss Marshall.
What?
Put it down.
Who is this?
You're too late now, Miss Marshall. Too late to kill Mr. Sierra.
What kind of a trick is this? Who's talking?
You have exactly 3 seconds to put that gun on the table.
Who are you? Why are you calling me?
Your time is up, Miss Marshall.
Oh, no, you can't trick me. I'll do what I have to
Then
do.
you'll be killed yourself by Mr. Harding.
Harding?
He's standing right behind you in the doorway.
You can't fool me. No one is in this cottage. No one knows I'm here. Harding could never find me.
That's where you're wrong, Miss Marshall.
What?
Look out, Peter! The next shot is for keeps. Now you're going to do as you're told.
That voice on the phone.
That was one of my agents talking to you by radio phone from one of the patrol cars outside this house. We were playing for a few extra seconds to save Mr. Sierra.
I told her, Senor Harding, that she and the others would lose.
How did you ever find us here? What happened to Quinto and Douglas?
We had a tap on Quinto's hotel phone. While he was talking to you earlier, my agents were busy checking the address that went with this phone number.
So Quinto and Douglas, they're waiting for you in Washington. We're arranging a very special kind of conference for all of you.
All right, Peter, you can take her out. I'll be along in a minute with Mr. Sierra.
Come on, let's go.
Senor Harding, it is good to see you again.
You too, Mr. Sierra. You've no idea how good.
Tune in every Friday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next Friday for the exciting case of the carbon console.
When a broken pencil was fitted together 3,000 miles from Counterspy headquarters, the matching pieces blew wide open one of the most sinister international intrigues on record. The full case history will be revealed next Friday in
Case of the Carbon Console on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Counterspy is produced by Phillips H. Lord.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Now, let's have the truth, Whitey. Where did you get that suit of clothes?
The fella that got croaked, he took them off and gave them to me himself.
And I suppose he gave you his shirt and socks and necktie, too?
Sure. He said I'd need him to go with his suit. And he stopped the car so I could put them on.
Was that when you tried to kill him?
No, Chief. That's when he tried to kill me.
Oh, Nick, this isn't getting us anywhere.
You're wrong, Patsy. Now I know who really killed Mr. Atwell.
Now, the case of the unexpected corpse. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning as Nick and Patsy enter the office of Sheriff Tabor in the little town of Plain City, Texas.
Hiya, Sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff Tabor.
Well, I'll be dogged. Nick Carter and Patsy Bowen. What are you two doing out this way?
Why, we're on our way back home from California, Sheriff.
And since we had to come through Texas anyway, I reminded Nick of that invitation you gave us 3 years ago. Remember?
Sure, I remember. And you got here just at the right time. We had a murder last night.
Oh, now, wait, Sheriff. This is purely a social visit.
A murder? Here in Plain City?
Well, about 10 miles east of here. A big oil man from Dallas named Leonard Atwell. He was shot and killed by some hitchhiker.
Now, look, Sheriff.
Well, how do you know it was a hitchhiker, Sheriff?
Well, because we know Atwell started out from Dallas alone.
Uh-huh.
And when we found the body, it was behind the wheel of his car with powder burns and a bullet hole in the right side of his head.
Well, that sounds more like suicide.
No, it couldn't have been that. The gun was gone, so was Atwell's money, his watch, and a big gold signet ring that he always wore.
You found any clues yet?
No, can't tell yet. I had everything that was in the car brought up here to my office and spread them out on those big tables over there. Come on, I'll show you.
All right.
I put the tools from the car in this table here, see?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I wonder what he used this piece of rubber tubing for.
Yeah, search me. Now, over here, these were the clothes he was wearing.
I see. Hey, what's this little piece of adhesive tape?
Well, that was on his right hand. There was a little scratch there.
Oh. Now, look at this piece of tape. See that flaw in the weave where it was torn off the roll?
Yeah.
A thing like that might be a clue.
Sure. Now, on this table here, I got his suitcases and the stuff that was in them, clothes mostly.
This looks interesting. Last will and testament of Leonard Frank Atwell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he left everything to his wife in Detroit.
Thought he was from Dallas.
Well, he was, but he deserted his wife in Detroit 18 years ago. There's a letter there in that envelope marked to be opened in case of my death, asking her to forgive him and all that stuff.
Looks of it, he must have been carrying that around a long time.
Yeah, I guess so.
I suppose a man like that carried a lot of insurance.
$150,000 worth.
Oh, golly.
Took out the policy only a couple of months ago. Right here in Plain City, by the way.
$150,000, huh?
Uh-huh.
Who gets it?
Well, the wife, I guess. She's the sole heir, and the policy's made out to his estate.
Hey, Sheriff, I don't see any first aid kit here.
No, there wasn't one in the car. Just that stuff you see here.
Well, then where'd he get that strip of adhesive tape? It's perfectly clean. Couldn't have had it on more than a few minutes.
Well, maybe when he cut his hand, he stopped at a filling station or a lunchroom, and they fixed it up for him.
Say, Patsy, now that sure sounds reasonable.
Yeah, well, maybe if you can find that filling station or lunchroom, you can get a description of the man who was riding with Atwell just before he was killed.
Say, that's a great idea. I'll do that.
Couldn't have driven more than a few miles without getting the tape soiled, and if he should be...
I'm sorry to butt in, Sheriff.
That's okay, Buck. Folks, this is Buck Henderson, my deputy. That's Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
How do you do? How do you do?
Hello, Buck.
This telegram just come, and I thought it might be important.
Oh, thank you, Buck. Oh, say, Buck.
Yes, Sheriff?
I want you to hop in your car and start out on the highway toward Dallas. Stop at every filling station and lunchroom along the way and find out if Atwell stopped there last night.
Good gravy, Sheriff. Dallas is 290 miles.
Never mind. You just do what I... Well, I'll be dogged.
Something wrong?
Why, this telegram is from the chief of police in Dallas. You see, I wired him to send someone out to Atwell's home address and tell the folks there what had happened.
Well?
Well, the chief says they ain't no such address. It's a vacant lot. We came out here to see you, Colonel Gardner, because you knew Mr. Atwell better than anyone in the county.
Well, yes. In the course of our business dealings, we became very close friends. His death has been a terrible shock to me.
You have any idea why he should have given a false address?
No, but I'm sure it wasn't done with any intent to deceive. I've never known a more honorable gentleman than Leonard Atwell.
Oh? Then you didn't know he deserted his wife?
His wife? Atwell told me he was a bachelor.
Well, you'll get a chance to meet the bachelor's wife this afternoon.
She's coming here?
Yep. When I notified her of his death, she wired back that she was taking the next plane.
Colonel Gardner, would you mind telling us the nature of your business dealings with Mr. Atwell?
Not at all. He bought some oil leases from me, $130,000 worth.
Well, you didn't sign those leases over to him without getting the money, did you?
As a matter of fact, it did.
What?
He gave me a certified check for $40,000 at the time, and he was on his way here last night to pay the balance and pick up his note.
You mean the hitchhiker who killed him got away with $90,000?
Oh, no, Miss Bowen. It wouldn't have been in cash, of course.
Oh.
This sure to be a warning to you, Colonel, not to go picking up folks on the road.
I'm afraid I'm too old to change my ways now, Sheriff.
You make a habit of doing that, Colonel?
Why, every tramp in the country knows that this ranch is good for a meal and a night's lodging. Why, last winter, an old hobo got sick and died here. And the colonel even paid for his funeral.
Well, Sheriff, there's little enough that we can do for those less fortunate than ourselves. Oh, excuse me, please. Hello. Yes. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. For you, Sheriff.
Oh, thanks, Colonel. Must be from the courthouse. Hello? Yes, this is Sheriff Tabor. You did? When? Yeah? Uh-huh. Fine. Fine. I'll come right back to town. Oh, Nick, we got him.
A murderer?
Yep. Caught him trying to peddle Atwell's ring and watch.
Is it somebody from around here?
No, it's some old bum, just like I thought. I'm sorry to rush off, Colonel, but we got a killer to take care of.
You got me wrong, Chief. Honest, I never croaked nobody.
Then where'd you get his watch and ring?
I told you, I found
And
them.
that suit you was wearing. I suppose you found that too, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Chief. They was all rolled up in a bundle, like at the side of the road.
Now, look, you, whatever your name is.
Hey, it's Morgan, Chief. Whitey Morgan.
Okay, Morgan. Now, why don't you open up and tell us what you did with the gun?
I never had no gun. I'm a bum, sure, but I never hurt nobody in all my life.
You hitched a ride with a gray-haired guy in a big sedan last night, didn't you?
No, I never did.
You pulled the gun and you made him drive off on a side road.
I never seen the guy, honest.
And after
I
you
did.
killed him, you took his watch and ring. Then you opened up his suitcases and got yourself a new suit of clothes.
No, I swear I didn't.
No.
Hey, look, Chief, you wouldn't send me to the pen for something I didn't do, would you?
It ain't the pen you're headed for, brother. It's the electric chair. But Nick, he's bound to be the guy. How else would he get Atwell's watch and ring? And those clothes, they were Atwell's, too.
Okay, Sheriff, but why didn't he have any money in his pockets? You said Atwell always carried a lot of cash.
Yes, but you didn't think he really did find that stuff, do you, Nick?
No. If ever I saw a man trying to lie out of a bad situation, it was Morgan. But, well, that's pretty slim evidence in which to convict him of murder.
Hey, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Sheriff, I found it.
The place where Atwell got the adhesive tape?
Well, I don't know about that, but he stopped at a filling station about 30 miles up the line and had the oil changed in his car while he was eating dinner.
Good work, Buck.
Yeah, and there was somebody with him, too, sort of an old gent with white hair.
Whitey Morgan. I knew it.
I got the kid from the filling station out in the office. You want to talk to him?
Well, I can't right now. Not right now, Buck. Miss Atwell's due in about 5 minutes, and I've got to go down and meet her. Come on, Nick. The undertaking parlors are at the back of the store here, Miss Atwell. I want you to identify the body, just for the record.
I can't believe it after all these years. Poor Leonard.
Judging by the letter he left, he must have still thought a great deal of you, Mrs. Atwell.
Yes, I don't suppose he ever married again, or he'd have left the money to his second wife.
Yeah, quite a pile, too. $150,000 on the insurance alone.
I can't imagine Leonard getting rich. Why, 20 years ago he couldn't even hold a job.
Right through this door, ma'am.
All right.
The blue casket over there.
And to think everybody used to call him lazy and shiftless. I guess now they'll...
What's the matter, Mrs. Atwell?
Why, that's not...
Not your husband?
Or... Oh, yes, of course that's Leonard, but...
But what?
Well, naturally, he's changed a lot in 18 years. But that's definitely Leonard Atwell.
Sure it is, Nick. I know him myself. Everybody in town did.
All right, then. Since we've identified the victim, suppose we go back to the jail and see what the kid from the filling station can tell us. You're sure you'd know this man if you saw him again, Whitaker?
Oh, sure. Him and Mr. Atwell stood around waiting while I finished changing the oil, and I got a right good look at him.
Now, Whitaker.
Yeah?
When my deputy brings the suspect in here, I don't want you to say anything till I ask you.
Oh, no, sir.
By the way, did you notice the strip of adhesive tape on Mr. Atwell's right hand?
Well, I don't think he had none, or I'd have noticed it when he paid me for the oil.
Here they are.
Oh, Chief, you're going to let me go now? That's why you had me brung in here, ain't it? So as you can turn me loose, huh?
Well, that all depends, Whitey. Do you still say that you didn't hitch a ride last night with a gray-haired man in a big sedan?
Oh, Chief, so help me, I never seen the guy nor the car neither.
How about that, Whitaker?
No, he's a liar, Sheriff. That's the fella that was with Mr. Atwell when they stopped at the filling station. I'll swear it on a stack of Bibles a foot high.
With the filling station attendant's identification, the case against Whitey Morgan seems complete. We'll see what happens in just a minute. Now, back to the case of the unexpected corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. After a sleepless night in the county jail, Whitey Morgan has sent word that he's ready to tell the truth, and the sheriff has asked Nick to accompany him to Whitey's cell.
Now, let's have the confession, Whitey. You admit you were lying about where you got that suit of clothes.
Yeah, Chief. I didn't find them. This fella that got croaked, he gave him to me.
You what?
He did, so help me. Right after he picked me up on the highway. He said it was an old suit that was getting too tight for him.
That suit was brand new.
I don't care. That's what he told me.
I suppose the shirt and socks and the necktie, they were too tight for him, too, huh?
Well, he said I'd need them to go with the suit. Then later, when it got good and dark, he stopped the car so as I could get out and put them on.
And that's when you killed him.
No, honest, Chief. That's when he tried to kill me.
Now, wait a minute.
He did. I put on the clothes he gave me, and then when I was getting back in the car, he slugged me with a wrench. I seen it coming too late to duck, and that's all I know till I come to in a ditch someplace else.
Someplace else?
Yeah. He must have hauled me there in the car and dumped me out for dead.
Yeah, so he got you all dressed up so you'd die happy, huh? Even gave you his watch and ring.
I don't know nothing about the watch and ring. When I come to, I was wearing them.
Whitey, when you were in the car with Atwell, did you notice a piece of adhesive tape on his right hand?
No. There was nothing on his hand.
You're sure?
Yeah.
What difference does it make, Nick? You're not going to swallow this crazy story, are you?
Why didn't you tell us this at first, Whitey?
Well, when the chief here said the guy had been croaked, I got scared. I didn't think he'd believe me.
You bet I wouldn't. And take it from me, brother. Neither will the jury.
Hiya, Sheriff.
Hi, Nick. Hello, Patsy.
Hi.
Well, where have you two been all afternoon?
Oh, lots of places. The post office, the photographers, the garage where you put Atwell's car.
What'd you go there for?
Wanted to check the speedometer. It registers 9,485 miles.
And that boy changed the oil in the car at 9,427, according to the sticker inside the door.
So what?
Well, from that filling station to where the body was found is a distance of 24 miles. From that spot to the garage here is 10 miles. That's 34 altogether.
Yeah?
But the car had been driven 58 miles.
See what I mean, Sheriff? Atwell must have driven 24 miles out of his way for that piece of adhesive tape.
For the love of Pete, Nick, I think that you're touched on that subject of that tape.
We found something else, too, Sheriff.
Yeah?
A spot of blood on the floor in the rear of Atwell's car.
I'm going to have it analyzed to see if it could possibly have come from that cut on Whitey's head.
Oh, Nick, don't tell me that you take any stock in that wild story of his. Why, any 5-year-old kid could make up a better lie than that.
And so could Whitey, unless it happens to be true.
But he's got to be lying. Why would Atwell give all that stuff to a tramp, then hit him over the head and throw him out of the car?
Look, let me ask you a couple of questions, Sheriff. You said the suitcases were both neatly packed and locked. Why would Whitey repack them after killing Atwell and stealing the clothes?
Why,
And what happened to the money Atwell always carried?
Okay, I give up. But do you know the answers?
No, not all of them. But I can guess at a few. For instance, Atwell took out a lot of insurance only 2 months ago, payable to his estate.
Yeah?
Now, suppose Atwell planned to stage a fake accident with a car. And suppose he planned on having Whitey's body found behind the wheel, wearing his clothes, his watch, and his ring.
Yes, but he couldn't got away with it. Everybody in town knew Atwell.
Yeah, Whitey and Atwell were both about the same size and age. They both had gray hair. And if the body were badly burned...
Burned?
Remember that piece of rubber tubing? It had been just the thing for siphoning gasoline out of the tank to be sure that the fire burned everything it was supposed to.
Why, every insurance company knows that trick, Sheriff. It's been done 100 times.
Yes, but Atwell didn't do that. There wasn't any accident. The car wasn't burned.
All right, maybe something went wrong at the last minute, and the plan was changed. Remember how surprised Mrs. Atwell looked when she saw the body?
Yes, I know, but she explained that.
Yes, and she has some more explaining to do. I've been in touch with the Detroit police, and the surprise she got yesterday is nothing to the one I have in store for her today. Mrs. Atwell, you recognize this picture?
Well, where did you get that?
The Detroit police found it in the bedroom of your apartment and transmitted it here to Nick by wire photo.
Isn't that a picture of your husband?
Well, yes, but... Well, it was taken more than 20 years ago, and he...
Let me see it, Nick. Yeah, that's Atwell, all right. But I wouldn't have known it unless I was looking for the resemblance.
Now, look at this picture.
What is it, an ear?
Right, Sheriff. The left ear of Leonard Atwell enlarged 50 times from that snapshot.
You see, Mrs. Atwell, ears are as individual as fingerprints. They never change from birth to death, except in size.
Say, I didn't know that.
And this ear, Leonard Atwell's ear, is an entirely different shape from that of the man you identified yesterday as your husband.
All right, I lied about it. I knew that wasn't Leonard.
But, Nick, it is Atwell. I know him myself.
You mean you knew the man who posed as Leonard Atwell?
I don't understand. Why should anyone do that?
There's one obvious reason, Mrs. Atwell. That $150,000 insurance money.
Hey, I get it, Nick. He was going to fake the accident like you said and split the money with her. But then she killed him in order to keep it all to herself.
You're accusing me
of murder. You bet I am.
No, Sheriff. According to the Detroit police, Mrs. Atwell was attending a bridge party the night of the murder. I checked that angle.
Well, she could have hired somebody to do it for her, couldn't she?
Perhaps, but I don't think so. There was big money behind this impersonation.
Nick, I think I have an idea. Didn't the colonel say that he signed those oil leases over to Atwell absolutely?
Yes, in return for a check and a promissory note for the balance.
Then maybe that was the real reason behind it. And the insurance was only part of the scheme to carry out the idea that he was a rich man.
If you think he was cheating the colonel, you're barking up the wrong tree, Patsy. Nobody gets ahead of that old bird.
Yeah, but the dead man did get absolute title to $130,000 worth of oil leases. And all he actually paid out was $40,000.
Well, even if the colonel never gets another cent, he's doing all right.
What do you mean?
Why, those leases ain't worth anything. He couldn't have peddled them to anybody around here for more than $5,000 or $10,000.
So that's it. Come on, Patsy.
Huh? Hey, where you going?
To look for a roll of adhesive tape.
Here's my first aid kit, Mr. Carter.
Oh, it's an awfully big one, isn't it?
On a ranch, you never know what may happen, Miss Bowen.
May I look through the kit, Colonel Gardner?
Certainly, Mr. Carter. But I'd like to know why you're so interested.
I'm interested because the man who was murdered 2 nights ago had a fresh strip of adhesive tape on his right hand. And I'm wondering whether it came from here.
But Atwell never got to my ranch. I told you he was on his way.
I know that's what you said, Colonel. But there was an extra 24 miles in the speedometer. In other words, he must have made a side trip of 12 miles and back.
And this ranch is exactly 12 miles off the main highway.
Are you calling me a liar, sir?
Worse than that, Colonel. I'm calling you a murderer.
Ridiculous. Leonard Atwell was my friend.
The man who called himself Leonard Atwell was your stooge. You paid his expenses for 4 months while he built up the illusion of being a wealthy oil promoter.
You're out of your mind. Why should I do such a thing?
So that he could take out a big life insurance policy payable to his estate, and then make a will, starting with the usual clause about paying all just debts.
Meaning that promissory note you hold, Colonel.
There's a neat way to collect $90,000 for your worthless oil leases.
You're imagining things.
Maybe so. The way I see it, the plan went like this. Atwell picked up somebody who roughly resembled him, dressed him in his clothes, then knocked him out. This man was Whitey Morgan, who was to be found dead in Atwell's car, and would be taken for Atwell because his body would be too burned for positive identification.
Then you and Atwell would share the money you would collect from Atwell's estate because of that note for $90,000 you held.
But when Atwell, with Morgan's unconscious body in his car, came here to get your help in faking the accident, you decided that a substitute wasn't as effective as the real thing, so you killed Atwell.
This is ridiculous.
Then you emptied Atwell's pockets to make it look like a robbery. Then you took the unconscious Morgan miles away and dumped him by the side of the highway, knowing he'd be the logical suspect in Atwell's murder. And you didn't burn the car because it was no longer necessary, with a real Atwell dead in it.
How do you expect to prove any such wild story?
Atwell had no adhesive tape on his hand when he picked up Morgan. He did have it when he was found dead. If that tape came from your first aid kit, it'll prove he was here after he had set Morgan up for the fake killing.
A very interesting theory, Carter, but not proof.
You'll hand me the roll of adhesive tape from your kit. I think it'll give me the proof I need.
Very well. All right.
What?
Get your hands up, both of you.
Nick, he had a gun in the kit.
Yes.
I put it there when I went out of the room to get this kit, Carter. I thought there was something odd about your wanting to inspect my first aid supplies.
Why? Because you remember the last time you used that kit was just before the murder?
A very shrewd guess, Mr. Carter.
So you did kill that man, just as Nick said.
With this very gun, my dear. It's too bad that you have to be so clever, Mr. Carter.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean that you two are the only people who suspect I killed that stupid fool. So I'm going to kill both of you. Right now.
With his hands in the air, Nick hasn't a chance of reaching his own gun before Colonel Gardner's finger closes on the trigger. We'll see what happens in just a minute. Now for the conclusion of The Case of the Unexpected Corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In the living room of Colonel Gardner's ranch house, Nick and Patsy stand with their hands in the air, staring at the revolver in the Colonel's hands as he says,
You two are the only ones who suspect I killed that stupid fool. So I'm going to kill both of you. Right now.
You're wrong, Colonel. The sheriff knows all about this. I told him not half an hour ago.
I'm too good a poker player to fall for a bluff like that, Carter.
This is no bluff, Colonel. Drop that gun.
Table, you.
Yes, Colonel, I've been standing outside that window. That was a mighty interesting confession.
And thanks for telling us that this is the gun you killed your partner with.
Why, Nick, you were right about this adhesive tape. It does match that strip on the dead man's hand. You can tell by that same flaw in the weave.
So, even if we didn't have the gun, that would prove he was here just before he was murdered.
You're pretty smart, Nick. No mistake.
By the way, Colonel, will you tell us why Atwell, or whatever his name was, had that adhesive tape on his hand?
He scratched it while he was getting his suitcase out of the luggage compartment. Didn't amount to anything, but it was bleeding some.
Well, Colonel, you ought to be right proud. You'll go down in history as the first man who ever hung himself with a piece of adhesive tape.
Well, Patsy, I hope we can get home without any more distractions.
Uh-huh. Nick, do you suppose they'll ever find out what happened to the real Leonard Atwell?
Why, Patsy, that came out in the Colonel's confession. Huh? Remember the sheriff telling us about that old bum that died on the Colonel's ranch last winter?
What? He was Leonard Atwell?
Nobody else. When the Colonel went through his effects, he found that letter to his wife asking her to forgive him for deserting her 18 years ago.
Uh-huh.
That's where the Colonel got the idea for cashing in on those worthless oil leases.
Well, then it's no wonder the false Atwell resembled the picture of the real one. The Colonel knew the type of person he needed for the impersonation.
And they found him in Hollywood. A broken-down movie extra with a shady reputation.
Uh-huh. You know, Nick, I bet he never knew till the last minute that he was cast as a corpse in the Colonel's little drama.
Well, that corpse was an unexpected shock to almost everyone. Mrs. Atwell expected it to be her husband. The imposter expected it to be Whitey.
And only the Colonel knew who the unexpected corpse really was, and, he wasn't telling.
And now, Nick, how about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Well, Mike, if you were a young man with all the money you wanted, and if you had everything in the world to live for, can you think of any reason why you would want to die?
I can't think of a reason for wanting to die under any circumstances.
Well, a young man named Miles Kincaid had a different attitude.
Yes, he was found drowned in a lake, and yet he wasn't drowned in a lake.
And before the case was over, Nick uncovered the reason for not just one, but for 3 mysterious deaths.
Well, it sounds as though we're in for a lot of excitement as well as mystery. What do you call the adventure, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Flowery Farewell.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My world is neatly divided into 2 parts, day and night. Part 1 you can have, with its fume-laden sunshine and noisy peddlers selling everything from eternal youth elixirs to slightly used atom bombs. Part 2 I'll stick with. The neon signs that have just been turned off, the cop trying the door of Sam's We Pay Cash for Everything second-hand store. Yes, I'm happy to commit the merry sunshine hours to sleep. Therefore, my phone ringing at 11 o'clock in the morning can constitute a dissonant, irritating, and annoying sound. No, wrong number. What do you want?
This is Billy at the paper. Are you Randy?
Yeah, it's me, Randy.
Lucky I found you home.
Sure.
Special delivery letter just came for you.
So, who is it from?
It doesn't say on the envelope.
Well, open it if you haven't already.
Well, it's signed Dolly Graham.
I'm booked solid for the next 2 weeks.
It's that Dolly Graham, Randy. I'll read it to you.
Look, Billy.
Dear Mr. Stone, you're always looking for a story. I've got one for you. I can prove that I was not responsible for Mrs. Thompson's death, that I've been framed.
What Thompson did?
There's more. Please come and see me today, signed Dolly Graham.
That's great. Now maybe you'll tell me who Dolly Graham is.
Try reading the Star once in a while, Randy. Dolly Graham is the girl whose car crashed into Paul Thompson's and killed his wife. She was convicted last week on a manslaughter charge.
Which Thompson? The guy running for the state senate?
That's him. That's why I called you, Randy. The boss thought there might be a story in this.
Oh, fine. Well, tell him to break up a canasta game and send one of the day boys over to see her.
As long as she sent you the letter personally.
Oh, I ought to take this phone and rip it off the wall. 11 o'clock in the morning.
Look, Randy, Paul Thompson's news these days. If the paper could hit the street with something hot.
Where is she?
Woman's detention, California Avenue. Might be a good idea if you came down here first and read up a little on the trial.
Did I say I was going?
You're fighting it, Randy, but you're losing.
Okay. I'll be right down, but I'll hate myself for it. I adjusted my perspective to daytime living, and a couple of hours later I was down at the paper's library reading up on the trial of the people versus Dolly Graham. The Graham girl hadn't had a chance. According to witnesses, she'd driven her car out of her own driveway at a dangerously high rate of speed and had run straight into Thompson's car. To cinch the case against her, the DA pointed out that the girl had 2 previous reckless driving citations. And at the time of the accident, her driver's permit had been suspended. Public sympathy had all been with the Thompson family. From the facts, any guy in his right senses would have forgotten the whole thing. But then nobody's ever been able to prove that I am. So I went over to woman's detention for a visit with Dolly Graham. The matron I discovered was an old friend of mine.
Randy Stone, glad to see you. Draw up a chair.
I got a pass to see Dolly Graham, Nellie. I'll visit with you later.
Graham, what do you want to see her about?
Well, confidentially, doll, I've got a little steel saw for her.
All right, come on. I hope you're not going for that malarkey about her being innocent.
Well, I got an open mind, Nellie. You know that.
Those wild, irresponsible kids put him behind the wheel of a car and it's murder, plain murder.
Well, that's just what the DA said.
Do you know her license had been suspended?
I read that.
What do you want to mess around with her for? It was an open and shut case.
Well, I don't like open and shut cases.
Cheesecake.
That trial read like a bad play written for the star performer only. In this case, Mr. Paul Thompson.
You're crazy, but I love you anyway, Randy. Maybe if you shave regularly. Hey, you got a visitor, dearie.
Who is he?
19 years old. She might as well be 90. 10 minutes, Randy.
Okay.
If you need help, just holler. And I wouldn't be too surprised. Well?
I'm Randy Stone.
What does that call for? 3 cheers?
Well, I'm the Randy Stone, Chicago Star, the one you sent for.
I sent for you? Oh, you must be nuts. Got a cigarette?
Yeah, here. Keep them.
Thanks. What are you staring at?
You're just a kid. A frightened kid trying to hide it behind a cloud of cigarette smoke.
All right, so I'm scared. What do you want?
I got this letter from you this morning, special delivery. This was your idea.
I didn't write any letter. Let's see it.
Here.
That's my name, but I didn't write this letter.
Well, read it.
I am.
Make any sense to you?
Just this about George Saunders. He was in the car with me when it happened.
Not according to the testimony.
I beat it before the police got there. I told them about it at the trial, but they didn't believe me.
Why'd you run out on you?
Broken parole, I think, in Kansas or Wyoming, someplace like that. They tried to make a deal with me.
Who did?
They told me if I pleaded guilty, to be treated just like any other traffic accident.
But I told them, no, it wasn't my fault. So they made it manslaughter. A politician's wife was killed.
Well, your record made it a cinch to convict you.
Thompson's car crashed into mine, I tell you.
Car has always been sort of a mechanical toy to you, hasn't it?
Oh, not another lecture coming up.
I'm sorry, Dolly. That's the good citizen in me. Keeps coming out every once in a while. Go on.
My lawyer told me not to try and buck Paul Thompson. He said Thompson couldn't afford any unfavorable publicity on account of his running for the Senate. So, here I am.
I'd like to know who sent this letter.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Stone.
Well, you keep talking. Well, tell me anything that you can remember.
I was waiting for this car to pass. My car was standing still in the driveway. I swear it. Then his car started weaving like he was drunk or something. Next thing I know, it's a crash.
Well, the Thompson car rolled over on its side. You remember that?
First thing I saw was her, his wife, lying on the street, dead. I heard someone trying to get out of the other car, so I ran over to see if I could help.
And by this time, your boyfriend had disappeared, I take it.
Mr. Thompson was helping his daughter out. He said something to her, and she started running down the street.
What did he say to her?
Heard it, but I don't remember exactly.
Well, he testified in court that he told her to go and bring a doctor. Is that what he said?
No. There's nothing about a doctor. He told her...
What?
I'm trying to think. Something about home.
The words. Try to think of the exact words.
Go on home, I think he said. Go on home, Anne. I'll look after things myself. That's all he said to her.
This friend of yours, George Saunders.
Then Mr. Thompson kind of staggered over to where his wife was, and he fainted. Then the people started coming around. They started shouting at me and blaming me. And Mr. Bell told everybody he'd seen me do it.
That's the next-door neighbor?
He lied. He told them it was my fault. I don't know why, but he lied.
I'll have a talk with him, Dolly.
Oh, it's no use. What did the DA call me? An irresponsible, wild-eyed lady of the night? You should have seen the way the jury's eyes lit up when he said that. I knew it was all over then.
You haven't told me about Saunders. Where can I find him?
He played clarinet at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. Know what it is?
Yeah.
They wanted me to plead guilty to just the accident. Well, I guess I should have. Yeah, there's something screwy about Thompson helping the girl out of the car, but I can't think what it is.
Time's up, Randy.
Okay.
Do you believe me, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, I believe you, but what does that mean? Nothing. I'm a notorious screwball about such things. I believed her. Maybe it was intuition. Maybe it was just the frightened, pleading look in the girl's eyes. I went back to the office and read the trial records again. If ever a conviction had been prefabricated, Dolly Graham had gotten it. The evidence had been flimsy, the witnesses unreliable. And several times the jury had been reminded of Mr. Thompson's fine record as a citizen in the community. I worked myself into a belligerent frame of mind and went looking for Mr. George Saunders at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. A waitress told me he hadn't worked there since the day after Dolly Graham's accident. By 2 a.m., I was convinced that George Saunders wasn't in Chicago. So I went back to the office and wrote a nice vitriolic column about trials and courtroom procedures. Nothing specific, you understand. Just a poisonous bit about how many people are railroaded into jail sentences because of a willingness to find a person guilty before the trial. Then I went home, set the alarm for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I went to bed. The mechanical monster did its work, and by 2 o'clock I was climbing the few steps to Mr. Bell's porch, Dolly's neighbor, the one who'd sworn he'd seen the accident take place. Mr. Bell?
That's me. What do you want?
It's about that Thompson accident case.
I ought to start charging for all the talking I've been doing about that.
My name is Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star.
I read it all the time.
Well, we're thinking of doing a feature story, pictures of you and your wife. The works.
As soon as she moved into the rooming house next door, I knew what kind she was.
You saw the actual crash take place, Mr. Bell?
I was sitting right here. She came shooting out of her driveway. She was doing 40, I bet. Reckless. Murderous reckless.
Your chair was right there where it is now?
Same spot. I told the missus the day that girl run over my dog. She'll kill a person someday. And she did. She killed that poor Mrs. Thompson.
Well, maybe you just heard the crash, Mr. Bell. Could that be?
I seen it, I said. She run over and killed my dog. And did it deliberate. And you think she was sorry? Not her.
Mind letting me sit in that chair for a minute?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
What do you want to do that for?
I'm just trying to figure out how you could have seen the driveway from here. All I can see is a brick wall and 2 big trees.
And you wouldn't make me out to be a liar, would you? I seen it all.
You must have yourself a trick set of eyes, then.
I told them in court I seen it, and they believed me.
Or maybe you saw it because you wanted to see it. You weren't exactly fond of that girl, you know.
And it's nothing to do with it. If I hadn't seen it, I'd have said so.
You'd have had to be hanging a foot over the railing before you could have seen the accident.
Well, maybe that's what I was doing then. You can't make no liar out of me. You go talk to Miss Marks. She lives in the same house as that Graham girl. And she's seen it, too.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm going to. Oh, is it all right if I send somebody around here later to take some pictures?
Why, sure thing. And, say, if you're writing something in the paper, don't forget to say that the missus is a fine dressmaker. Oh, she's one of the best in this section.
Well, we'll headline that fact.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This is a call to service for 50,000 young women. That figure, 50,000, is the number of student nurses needed this year, and the need is acute. Women trained in the nursing profession are wanted because of increased requirements in serving the armed forces. And there is also a greater demand for nursing services for the civilian population. Hospital admissions throughout the country have increased from 10 million in 1940 to nearly 17 million yearly. It is estimated that 1 out of every 10 girls graduating from America's high schools this year must enter nursing schools if the 50,000 student nurse quota is to be met. Student nurses pursue interesting, vital subjects in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. After completing their training, they can choose between work with the armed forces, work in hospital service, private duty, research, teaching, public health, or some other interesting field. Now, to qualify as a student nurse, a young woman must be a high school graduate or college student of good health and character. To answer this call, go to your nearest hospital or collegiate school of nursing or talk with your school advisor. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
This thing was beginning to scare me. Mr. Bell couldn't possibly have seen that accident, yet the Supreme Court couldn't have shaken his testimony. The girl had killed his dog, and since that day he'd carried around enough malice in his heart to be able to send her to prison on a phony charge. I went next door to the rooming house where Dolly had lived. Miss Marks, another one of the witnesses against the Graham girl, lived in one of the upstairs rooms.
Yes?
I'm a newspaper reporter. I'd like an interview with you.
Oh, come on in. I'll turn the radio off and you sit down.
Thank you.
Care for some wine? Sherry?
No, thank you.
Sherry's good for you. The other stuff's poison.
So I've heard.
Makes you feel better if you're ill. And it helps time go quicker. You were talking to Mr. Bell next door about Dolly Graham. I heard you through the window. You know Dolly? She had more boyfriends.
No.
She's a good-looking girl. Her hair's just like mine was. Mine was natural, though. Did you think it to see me now? I was very pretty, too.
Sure, and you're not out of it yet. About the crash.
Oh, I'm tired talking about that accident.
You heard her leaving her room?
Laughing. He was kidding her.
Well, in court you said that she came out alone.
I said I wasn't sure she was with somebody else.
Oh. But you heard a man's voice.
Maybe. Oh, there were no long, empty evenings for her. Not like some people have. She used to rid me about it. Said she'd fix me up with a date, stuff like that. It hurt.
You were looking out of the window when it happened?
Yes.
There was nobody in Dolly's car with her?
No. She said he ran out on her. I didn't see him. That's a laugh, isn't it?
That's hilarious.
When it came right down to a pinch, she was alone, too. Even the young, pretty ones are alone. I had a time of it when the reporters and police started coming around. But even that didn't last long.
Did you see... Oh, never mind.
Oh, I'm not much good to you, am I, mister?
Well, thanks anyway. I checked into the office about 3 o'clock. Billy, the managing editor's girl, Friday, collared me.
Randy, come into the office for a minute.
What's the matter, Billy? You look very unhappy about something.
Not me, the managing editor. It's, this morning's column of yours. It's directed against Paul Thompson, isn't it?
Well, generally speaking, yes. Specifically, no.
Well, you know the Star is supporting him in his bid for the Senate.
Yeah. If I insinuated the trial left a pretty foul odor behind, it's because I think so.
A judge tries her, a jury convicts her, but Stone the Avenger thinks she's been railroaded.
Like a rocket-powered express.
Thompson's attorney's phone. The ME wants no more of it.
Oh, I see.
As a matter of fact, Thompson wants to talk to you.
Since when has the Star influenced by politicians?
Proof's one thing, Randy. Conjecture's another. Give the boss proof and he'll print it.
The girl is taking a phony rap. I'm sure of it.
All right. All right, get yourself fired.
I sent one of the photographers down to take some pictures from the neighbor's house. Those pictures are going to prove the guy was lying. He said he saw the accident. He couldn't have.
You're going to need something a lot more conclusive than that before you can make a story out of it, Randy.
I know it. I'm working on 2 more angles. First, to find out who wrote this letter. Then to find Dolly's boyfriend, the missing musician.
You believe there was a guy with it?
Yeah.
Let me look at that letter.
A friend of mine, Alf Harriman's on the board of the local musicians union. He's trying to trace this Saunders for me. If he phones while I'm out, will you take a message?
Mm-hmm. This is a girl's handwriting, Randy.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Was mailed from Wilmette late last night. It's about 30 miles from here. High-class residential section.
I live here, remember?
The boss told Mr. Thompson you'd call him as soon as we heard from you.
It's late, Billy.
He said no matter what time it was, he wants to see you.
Well, I'll go see him now. Don't forget, if Harriman phones, take the message.
Harriman?
The guy from the musicians union about Saunders.
Oh.
Now, how about Paul Thompson?
He lives in the Nelson Apartments on Lakewood Terrace.
Good. I'll call you as soon as he's had me bounced out on the street. Half an hour later, a nurse ushered me into Thompson's study. She'd warned me that Mr. Thompson was a pretty sick man and that I shouldn't say anything to excite or disturb him. She closed the door behind him. He looked old and tired, and he waved me to a chair near him.
I'm sorry I can't rise to receive you. I haven't been very well.
I'm sorry to hear that. You left a message. You wanted to see me.
Obviously, we had to meet very shortly, so I took the initiative.
Yeah, I'm told that you were disturbed about my column in this morning's Star.
Both its tone and contents were clearly directed against my family.
I was attacking a series of principles, not any individual.
Running as I am for the Senate next month, your insinuations must have an adverse effect on my campaign. I have learned that you are conducting a private investigation into the tragic death of my wife.
Well, to deny that would be stupid.
In the face of such overwhelming evidence as was presented in the court, do you mean to say that further inquiries could serve any useful purpose?
Well, that remains to be seen. I'm interested in facts only, Mr. Thompson. I think you can help end my investigation here and now.
How?
Well, let me talk to your daughter. Is she home?
She's in no condition to see anyone. Poor child is on the point of a serious breakdown. She's never recovered from that horrible night.
A few words with her, that's all I want.
It's impossible. She's not in the city at any rate.
Well, where is she?
Mr. Stone, I've wanted nothing so much in my life as I want that seat in the Senate.
It's a laudable ambition, sir.
I shall let no obstacle stand in my way.
In that time, you should get the presidency.
I have thought of a solution which might be compatible to both of us.
Well, nothing would suit me better.
I've long been searching for a young, aggressive man to run my campaign for me.
I'm afraid I'm losing you.
You are that man, Mr. Stone. Whatever your present salary is, I will double it. Under contract for 3 years.
I see.
These attacks on my family must stop. I can't fight it, so I'll buy it.
You've got this figured out for some high-class journalistic blackmail, haven't you, Mr. Thompson?
There must be no more unfavorable Publicity on...
What's the matter, Mr. Thompson? What is it?
Diabetic. Insulin on the table. Do you know how to administer it?
No, what can I do?
The nurse. Call it quick.
Nurse, in here, quick. The nurse gave him the insulin, and I watched life come back to him. He tried to talk to me, but the nurse insisted that I go. An order I lost no time in carrying out. I got to a phone as fast as I could and called Billy at the paper.
Hello?
Billy, I want you to do something for me in a hurry.
Wait a minute. Your friend from the Musicians Union phone.
Well?
He's located Saunders at the Exeter Hotel, downtown, room 312.
Oh, good. Now, if I can get to him tonight.
He's in his room. I checked with the clerk, and I sent one of the boys down to follow him in case he leaves.
Thanks, Billy. It's nice to have you on the team.
I saw the pictures taken from Bell's porch. He couldn't possibly have seen the accident.
Yeah. I'll go and talk to the musician right away. Now, here's what you got to do for me.
Yeah.
You go down to the Motor Vehicles License Bureau, get me all the information you can on the Thompsons' driver's license. Both the old man's and the girl's.
What's on your mind, Randy?
I don't know yet.
Well, I don't know if they'll give me any information this time of night.
I'll give them a spiel about the Public Records Act. That'll work.
When will I see you?
As soon as I can bring Saunders back to give us tomorrow's front page story. Tommy Sullivan was one of my colleagues on the Star, and he was waiting for me in the lobby of the hotel. The musician was still in his room, he told me. I climbed 2 flights of stairs with a dingy fire trap. Saunders was in his room, all right. I knew it as soon as I stood outside his door.
Come on in. Hi. Be with you in a minute. I don't want to let go of this lick. How'd you like it?
That sounded great.
I don't think I know you. What was it you wanted?
It's about Dolly Graham.
You a policeman?
Nope.
Oh. What was it you wanted?
I talked to her yesterday. She said that you were in the car with her when it happened.
So if the jury believes that's important now.
You were with her in the car. Just give me a yes or no.
Yeah, I guess I was.
And you wouldn't step in and help the girl out?
Oh, I thought about it lots of times. I didn't have the guts. I'm wanted out west. I jumped parole, and if they ever get their hands on me, it'd be too bad. Too bad, don't you see?
Oh, you're a nice boy. You're coming with me now.
I can't. I thought for sure she'd beat the case. We were just sitting there. I said to the guy who's driving, he's drunk.
The guy who was driving?
Sure. It was a man. I saw him.
His daughter said she was driving the car.
Well, she wasn't.
Come on, we're going places.
You don't understand. I just can't do it.
Well, I'll help you. Now get moving.
Don't get me on that Kansas thing. Stairs are kind of narrow. You better walk ahead of me.
So it was a man driving the... I don't know what he hit me with. If it was a fist, it had been milled by the American Steel Company. I went down and he got away from me. A couple of aspirins and a cab ride later, I was back at the office.
What happened to you?
The musician hit and ran. He got away. What did you find out about the licenses?
Thompson's daughter, Anne. She had a license issued to her, all right, a day after the accident.
After the accident? It's beginning to gel.
That isn't all. Thompson's own license had been revoked over a year ago for reasons of health. That's all they tell me. How's it look to you, Randy?
Thompson was driving. That's why he helped the girl out of the car. He got out first. He knew there'd be no doubt of his criminal responsibility, so he got the girl...
Proof. We've got to prove it.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know how to get it. I think I know who sent me this letter.
Ann Thompson?
Yeah. She just couldn't go along with it all the way. The old man knew it, too. That's why he kept her out of town.
The letter was postmarked Wilmette.
Shouldn't be hard to find her.
You going to see her tonight?
Let's get busy on it. It wasn't too hard to find the girl. Postmark on the letter directed us to Wilmette, a high-class residential area 40 miles out of the city. The telephone operator there knew just who I meant. The Thompson girl visiting with an aunt on Elm Street. I drove out there. The girl must have been waiting for me. I'd hardly started to press the bell on the door when it opened.
Yes?
I got your letter this morning.
Come in, Mr. Stone.
Thank you.
Have you seen my father?
Yeah,
Is he all right?
he's all right.
I was hoping you'd come. I couldn't go on hiding a thing like that the rest of my life, could I?
No, you couldn't.
Dad didn't know Mother was dead. He thought it was just a traffic accident.
So he told you to say that you'd been driving.
He shouldn't have been driving. The doctor warned him. Do you want me to go back to the city with you?
Yes, I think you'd better. The police will want to talk to you, and a lot of other people, too.
All right. I felt so bad when I had to tell those lies in court.
Yeah, I know.
Poor girl standing there, staring at me. I felt like crying. I feel like crying now.
Come on, honey. It's a long drive back to town. So, what does it prove? Maybe nothing. But then look at it this way. Dolly Graham almost served a prison term because of a chain of what amounted to perjured testimony. Oh, nothing intentional, mind you. Mr. Bell was too righteous a man to deliberately swear falsely. He just called his shots the way he thought they should be. And the same with the lonely Miss Marks, who substituted bitterness and a small drop of sherry for the truth and nothing but the truth. And Mr. Thompson, who couldn't possibly lose the Senate race. See how some of the facts became confused in their minds? Because first they were confused in their hearts. And that's the truth of the matter. And those are the facts. Yep, by golly, honest Injun and sure thing. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Lewis and Rousseau, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Jeanette Nolan, Howard McNear, Bill Conrad, Paul Frees, Charlotte Lawrence, and Betty Moran. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow evening, there's a favorite program for every taste on NBC. Western fans will want to hear The Roy Rogers Show, while music lovers will find enjoyable listening on The Mario Lanza Show. And to tickle your funny bone tomorrow, hear Bob and Ray, this year's winners of the Peabody Award, radio's highest honor. Yes, Friday brings entertainment for everyone with Bob and Ray, Mario Lanza, and Roy Rogers. Dragnet brings you authentic adventure of your police force tonight on NBC.
Makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Listen to this convincing proof of Camel mildness. Hundreds of men and women from coast to coast smoked only Camels for 30 days. Every week, leading throat specialists made thorough examinations of their throats. The throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Start your own 30-day Camel mildness test. Let your throat tell you how mild Camels are, day after day. Then you'll know why Camel is by far America's most popular cigarette. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
cats and dogs. Busy day for the Humane Society. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a... music critic. Diamond Detective Agency. We solve all crimes. We frown on sin. But the weather is awful, and we'd rather stay in.
Who wouldn't?
Oh, hi, Helen.
Hi.
Did you like that slogan?
Yeah. It gives me an idea. I want to report a crime.
Well, hide the body till tomorrow, dear. It's raining.
You can lose your license with an attitude like that.
Oh, baby, you certainly know where I'm ticklish. Where's the crime?
You're still single. So am I.
Well, in your case, that is a crime. In mine, it's just a misdemeanor. Anyway, I can't discuss an assignment I'm still working on.
I'll help you solve it. I want to give myself up.
Sorry, no case.
Why not?
I've seen you in an evening dress. Nobody could pin anything on you.
Would it interest you to know the piano tuner is here and very good looking?
Pulling wires will get you nowhere. Is my picture still on the piano? The one where I look like a tough detective?
No, I threw it in the fireplace. I love to sit by the fire and dream of you. Besides... Oh, did it thunder down there?
Yeah. Small world, isn't it? I've got to hang up, dear. Got work to do.
Well, come over tonight. You can try the piano and my patience. What work have you got to do?
Have to fill my lighter and dry my shoes.
What are you talking about?
Well, I smashed my car up in a collision and had to walk to work. Work, he said, smiling through his tears.
Where's your car now?
In Larson's garage.
You need a rich wife who can give you a chauffeur.
Hang up, doll. You're getting too near my prize. Bye.
Bye.
I looked at the door, hoping a wealthy client with an easy case would walk in. When that Connecticut car with a lemon-headed driver folded my fenders an hour before, I knew I was in for a repair job that would spring my bill clip. So I called the garage to see whether I should start saving up for it or just jump out of the window.
Larson's garage.
Larson? Diamond speaking. How does it look?
Looks like you're going to be a pedestrian for about 3 weeks, Mr. Diamond. But it ain't all bad. The frame's out of line only a couple inches.
Save the silver lining for the brake drums, Junior. You never call me Mr. Diamond unless there's going to be more than $100. How much, roughly?
Oh, I'd say 250.
I said roughly, not brutally.
Anyway, why are you calling me up, Diamond? Didn't your guy tell you?
My guy?
Yeah, the big boy you sent over to get your stuff out of the car.
Wait a minute. Did he say I sent him...
Hang up, Diamond. Stop talking and hang up.
Have a chair, friend. Be with you in a moment. Larson, was this guy of mine a thick-set, moronic-looking oaf with a greasy hat and a broken nose?
The next one is through your ears, Diamond. Hang up.
I'll talk to you later, Larson. I just heard a report that requires my attention. Do you realize, friend, that you made a big hole in my wastebasket? I suppose I wanted to fill it with water to wash my hair. How could I...
Stop! Where is it? I said, where is it? Talk!
You told me to shut up. You can't have it both ways. Friend, I've had a bad morning. My car is smashed up, and my feet are wet, and things look bad in Egypt. As the old song says, I love a charade, but not this much.
Don't play cozy. The stuff in your car.
Oh. Well, now, let me think. There was a box of cleansing tissues in the glove compartment, some golf clubs in the trunk, probably some hairpins down behind the seat. I've told that girl 100 times.
After the wreck. After the wreck. Everybody was throwing stuff back in the car. We want the brown envelope.
Brown envelope? Friend, I never saw it.
No.
Scout's honor. See, I'll cross my hide
Keep
and...
your hands down.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson speaking.
Rick Walt, get over here right away.
I'm busy.
You better get over here. I've done it again. There's a dead man in my office.
What?
Just get over here and bring me a new wastebasket.
Yeah, I know him. Paul Scannell, hoodlum, third class. Car stripper, nightclub bouncer, Central Park mugger, and manic depressive about town. Last arrest 2 years ago. They didn't want him for anything right now.
You could have had him for assaulting wastebaskets. Who was he with?
I don't know. He's been out of circulation.
What makes you think he was with anybody?
Plural personal pronoun. He said, we want the envelope.
You and your education. You hadn't been a little faster than he was, you'd be getting your doctor's degree right now. Incidentally, were you expecting something?
Only the usual things, death and taxes. 2 men with whiskers. Why?
Wearing your clavicle gun in the office, out of character. Comfort-loving type.
A shrewd observation, Walter. And it was. Normally, I'd have shucked the gun the minute I got in the office. When my car got hit, the pistol was knocked out of the clip under the dash, so I stuck it in my shoulder holster. There were 6 police officers and 1,300 helpful citizens on the scene, and I didn't want to linger for extra questions. I told Walt about Scannell going through my car at Larson's garage. He looked thoughtful, and when Walt looks thoughtful, he's thinking. The police force could use a lot of Levinsons.
Brown envelope with murder in it. Rick, there's more of this than a traffic brawl. What did you bring here from the scene?
Just my wet feet and my briefcase. The one I always carry to make me look businesslike.
You couldn't look businesslike if you carried a cash register. Look, let's reconstruct a little. Take it from the crash.
Okay. Slippery streets. A gray coupe with Connecticut plates came barreling through the stoplight. I tried to get over, but there was a curbstone and a 30-story office building in the way. Remind me to write my congressman about the real estate lobby.
Mention my name, you'll get a nasty answer. Go on, will you?
Well, we smacked. You mean you didn't hear it? Only 24 blocks away?
Oh, sure, but I thought it was just another atom bomb.
Well, 4 doors flew open, 2 on my car, 2 on the gray coupe, stuff all over the street. Papers, spare parts, broken glass, my bridge work, the usual debris. While the other driver and I were exchanging information and insults, a few warm-hearted bystanders, seeing there's nothing worth stealing, threw the stuff back into the cars. Mine was hauled away to the garage.
How about the other fellas?
The other fellow was a girl. Well, you may say so, officer. Platter of goodies. Friendly, too, in a nervous sort of way.
You'll get a name and address?
Certainly. You think I'm an idiot?
I can't answer that without breaking up a beautiful friendship. Where's the data?
The stuff is in my briefcase.
Where's the briefcase?
In my desk. You don't ask me where the desk is. You're sitting on it. Yeah.
Give me.
Take.
What a mess. Reminds me of my wife's handbag.
I wouldn't know. I've never been in your wife's handbag.
Mr. Diamond, this is business. Shall we examine the contents of the briefcase?
Pray do.
Thank you. Item. Paperback book. A weekend painter. Planning on painting a weekend?
Man's entitled to a hobby if he ever gets time for it, which he doesn't.
Item. Notebook. Black.
Keep out of that.
Killjoy. Item. Book of matches. No printing. Item. Clip of cartridges. Item. Card notifying a dental appointment this morning.
Couldn't make it. Have to cross that bridge work when I find it.
Yeah. Well, that's all there is. No brown envelope.
No, I wouldn't have a brown envelope. Never use that color. It makes me look sallow.
You're not much help.
Well, do something, Fatty. Something. Why don't you just send all my envelopes to the lab and get the glue analyzed? I had a horse last week that dropped dead in the far turn, and I... Diamond Detective Agency, detecting done by day or night and holidays, if the fee is right.
Diamond, this is Sergeant Fraser. Lieutenant Levinson there?
Yeah, he's here in a briefcase. For you, Walt.
Thanks. Levinson.
Fraser here.
No, hi.
That express company robbery that happened this morning, we picked up the getaway car. Thought you want to know right away.
Yeah, thanks, Sergeant. Car abandoned?
Yeah, seems to be pretty smashed up, too. Front end all banged in. Gray coupe with Connecticut plates.
Okay, hold it for a route. Wait a minute. Gray coupe could... Rick, that car you banged into this morning, gray coupe, Connecticut plates?
That's right. Why?
Tell you in a minute. Sergeant.
Yeah?
Get with the traffic bureau. I want everything on a collision at Madison and 43rd. Everything, including a weather report.
Rain, followed by Saturday and Sunday.
And Fraser.
Yes, sir.
The driver of the car. Get out a warrant for... Rick, what did the driver give her name as?
Markham. Dora Markham, housewife.
Dora Markham, Sergeant. Probably phony, but make it out anyway. I'll be back at the office soon. Rick, this accident of yours is something big.
You should see my repair bill.
Shut up and listen, will you? This is serious. Early this morning, the Huxley Express Company was robbed of $600,000.
Wow.
Yeah, now get this. The car you smashed into was the getaway car. Whoever this dame is who was driving, she's tied in somehow with the gang who pulled the job.
Mm-hmm. Well, Fatty, this is all very enlightening, but go a little farther. Why did this Scannell guy come here looking for a brown envelope?
I don't know. I'm going back to the precinct. This is the first break we've had on this case. And you better keep your eyes open and that gun in your shoulder holster.
Can't. crushes my camels every time I stoop over.
Oh, Rick, for the last time, this is no joking matter. For some reason, that gang thinks you have a brown envelope. That envelope means enough to them to kill for it. Ricky, my boy, up to now, you've been shot with luck. Don't crowd it.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment. Here's the one sensible test of cigarette mildness. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Pack after pack, you'll enjoy the full, rich flavor that's found only in Camels. And through steady smoking, the only sensible way to judge a cigarette. You'll see for yourself how mild Camels are. How well Camels agree with your throat. In a test supervised by noted throat specialists, hundreds of men and women from coast to coast smoked only Camels for 30 days. The throat specialists made more than 2,000 careful weekly examinations of the throats of these smokers, and they reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's conclusive proof of Camel's mildness. Start tonight to make your own Camel 30-day mildness test. Make Camels your steady smoke, and you'll discover just why Camel is America's most popular cigarette by billions.
How mild, 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 how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Up until now, as the man said, I had been shot and shot at with luck. I was in the middle of something, but didn't know what. After Levinson left, I sat and stared out the window. It didn't work any harder than that until the phone rang. Diamond Detective Agency. We try to please... Hello? 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 Oh, well, maybe it was the wrong number. Or maybe it was somebody wanting to be sure I was here. I felt like a new clay pipe in a shooting gallery waiting for the sailors on Saturday night. It was a nice little office, but I suddenly didn't like it. I thought I'd go ask Helen about the piano tuner. I liked that idea. So I got up, packed my briefcase, shoved my stuff back in it, and as I zipped it shut, my hand felt a piece of paper stuck underneath it. It was the brown envelope. I got to work on it, and inside was a baggage check, and written on the back of it were two words, Blue Duck. I was just getting...
Don't bother, Miss Diamond. Just give it to me.
Well, hello, Dora Markham, housewife.
I'm not as stupid as Paul Scannell, Mr. Diamond. Also, I'm a better shot.
Well, he wasn't too bad. Got my wastebasket right between
You talk too much. Get up, turn around, and take off your coat.
Oh, do I have to? It's so pretty. My shirt's wrinkled on account of the rain. And
Take it off, or the coroner will cut it off.
Oh, they should have sent you in the first place, Dora. You're much more convincing. Huh? Okay, it's off. Look, you're a housewife. There's a button loose on the left sleeve, and
The trousers? Off.
Oh, now, Dora.
The door is closed, and there's a silencer on this gun. I love the silence and noise of the detective who tried to move in on a off diamond.
Yes, ma'am. Gypsy Rose Diamond. A pretty girl is like a melody.
How have you ever lived this long?
Fresh air, hard work, and green vegetables. Let me show you my diet list. I have it right
Stay
now.
away from that desk. Now, hand me your coat and trousers. Thank you. Turn around. Walk to the wall with your hands up. Up high. At the next tone signal, Diamond, your phone is being disconnected.
Oh, Dora, you're wonderful. I could go for a strong girl like you, and I would, too, if you didn't have that... Well, you could have said goodbye. Richard Diamond, detective, with no pants. A private eye welcoming his privacy. I looked for the brown envelope. Gone with my wardrobe. I looked at the telephone. Alexander Graham Bell couldn't have fixed it with Don Amici handing in the pliers. I peered out into the corridor. No one in sight. Not even an insurance agent or a typewriter salesman. This alone was making history. I wondered if I could trot through the streets to the 5th Precinct pretending to be a cross-country runner. No. Not in blue silk shorts. I sat down and waited. And waited. And waited. I tried telepathy. Helen, I thought, come and get me and bring me a pair of trousers. Helen, I concentrated. It's Rick. The rain must have done something to Helen's antenna, so I concentrated on Walt. Walt, I thought. And Walt walked in. Well, you're a more sensitive type than I thought, Walt. Did you bring me some trousers?
Some trousers? What's coming off here?
The straight line was too easy, so I passed it up. I told Walt about Dora the housewife and the brown envelope and the baggage check inside it.
Anything else?
Yeah, 2 words written on the back of the check. Said, Blue Duck. About that time, Dora interrupted me with her old clothes campaign.
Blue Duck. Never heard that before. Blue Duck.
Well, there used to be a Blue Duck nightclub in the West 20s, a real hog wallow. Closed up a year ago for selling to minors. Keep talking. All right. But I'll be ad-libbing in a minute. The only thing I know about it is that it was run by Sis Madsen and her husband. It was quite a joint. Hey, yeah? Sis Madsen. That's Dora Markham, housewife with a lemon rent and a new name.
This begins to add up. That guy you killed in your office used to work for Sis Madsen. There were 3 people spotted in that Huxley Express robbery. Dave and 2 guys.
Oh, could have been Sis Madsen, her husband, and Skinnell.
This is very interesting.
I'll tell you something else very interesting.
What?
I'm freezing. Or is that only interesting to me?
Wait a minute. Fraser. Yes, sir. There's a cleaning and fleshing shop halfway up the block. Go see if Mr. Diamond's coat and pants are there.
Gray tweed, name in the inside pocket. Get with it, son.
Fitting shop, Diamond's coat and pants. Yes, sir.
How did you know, Fatty?
Oh, sheer genius. Besides, it's logical. I don't think she'd want to haul them all over town or be seen stuffing them into a garbage can.
Why not? That's where I got them.
Blue Duck. I hope you're sure that's what you read on the back of that check.
I'm sure, but it's been closed for years.
Well, we're going down there and open it up.
No.
No what?
No pants.
Don't be so modest.
I'm not modest. I'm cold.
Stand over there. That's it. Come in.
Hey, watch it, Lieutenant. It's just me.
Okay, Fraser. Got Mr. Diamond's clothes?
Yes, sir. I'll press nice, too. Another 10 minutes, the guy would have brought him up here himself.
Really?
Yeah. The lady said her father was waiting for him.
Her father? Walt, give me a gun. This gang will stoop to anything. 10 minutes later, we were on our way to an ex-nightclub, the Blue Duck. I sat in front of Levinson's car, trying not to wrinkle my well-pressed trousers. We pulled up half a block from the one-time nightclub.
Where are all the cars? I thought this would be a bigger party. This place isn't a Blue Duck, it's a dead duck.
Maybe it's a bigger party than it looks.
Where are you looking?
For a bright cop, Fatty, you're a little dull. But everything points to this little bistro, so we'll just...
I know. Take a gander at the duck. Gander at the duck.
I heard it the first time. Tell me, Walt, this $600,000, is there a reward?
A reward? Why, you...
Keep your voice down, officer, while you tell me who put you on to the Blue Duck and Sis Madsen. Who got shot at, stripped, humiliated, wrecked? Who split 50-50 with the police pension fund?
You should have brought your briefcase. You are a businessman. Come on. I don't think this joint was ever alive.
Maybe they went to a movie. After all, a housewife is entitled to a little recreation, and I
No
don't...
way. This place has been closed for years. Nobody here.
We want to look around a little.
There ain't nobody here, I told you.
We'll come in anyway.
Walt, get the old guy to turn on some lights.
Ain't no lights.
Must be some lights, Pop. How do you get your reading done?
I spend my time minding my own business, Sonny. Not a bad idea for you either.
You don't mean you think I'm Snoopy?
Nothing to see here. Now get out.
We're police officers, Pop. Now find the lights and stop talking so much.
What do you want anyway?
Lights. Didn't you hear what the man said?
All right. Here's the switch.
Place looks like it was never open.
What'd you expect, dancing girls?
You're pretty fresh, you know it. I got half a mind to run you in.
Oh, hold it, Walt. You don't want him.
You said it.
Who pays you, Pop?
I don't know. They mail it to me.
Yeah, sure. What's under those stairs?
Tables and chairs.
What's on the second floor?
Nothing. Used to be the office.
Well, I'd like to take a look at it. Come on, Walt.
Okay. Come on, Pop.
I'll stay here.
You'll come with us.
It's bad for my heart climbing up and down stairs.
You don't think maybe there's somebody in the office, do you, Pop?
The place is empty, I tell you.
Come on. Keep up with us, Pop. Are you scared of your heart?
No.
Scared of anything else?
No.
Well, I am. Hold it.
What, Walt?
I heard something.
Rats.
Maybe.
Walt, get down. Rats, huh? Yeah, I guess that fits.
Who's upstairs, Pop?
I don't know. I told you.
They're going to get him, whoever it is. You might as well start talking.
I don't want no trouble.
Now, look, you...
Walt, start firing up toward that landing. Keep him busy. I'll try to get beside the staircase.
Yeah.
For Pete's sake, shoot high.
You figure it's Sis Matson and her husband?
Yeah. Now start firing. High toward the landing. I started crawling under Walt's fire toward the stairs. I was getting sore. First, this Sis Matson steals my pants, and now she makes me muss them up. 15 snail crawls later, I was beside the staircase and had a good view of the landing. I could see the man who must be Sis's husband crouched down and firing toward Walt. I raised up. Matson, drop it. Okay, pal.
Good shot, Rick.
Yeah, but not good enough.
All right, Matson, stop shooting. Drop the gun. You've had it.
Come on down here. That's a good boy. Now, where's your wife, Matson?
Who?
Sis Matson.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Your wife, Matson. Come on, don't stall.
Look, you hit me. Get me to a hospital. I'm hurt bad.
Did you hear him say anything, Walt?
Yeah, but I can't make it out.
Look, you guys, this ain't legal. You got to get me to a doc.
Might be able to understand him if he talked about Sis, though.
Yeah, what about it, Matson?
Look, I don't know. Get me to a doc. I'll talk later.
You'll talk now. You'll lay right there until you do.
All right. The car pulled up outside. See the lights through the window?
Yeah. Quiet.
Sis, get out!
What?
Hold it, honey. Cover, Walt.
What is it?
Diamond's the name, Sis, so maybe you don't recognize me with my pants on.
Rico, what have you done to him?
Only a flesh wound, but he thinks he's bleeding to death.
Ah, nice suitcase you got there, Sis. And it was. When I opened it, I half expected to find a collection of men's trousers, but instead, I found stacks of my favorite color, green. You know, most ducks have only one bill. But lying on the floor of the blue duck in a suitcase were 600,000 of them. It had been a colorful day. Gray weather, brown envelopes, blue ducks, and green money.
Yes,
Yes, Ellen?
there wasn't any piano tuner here.
Oh, that's too bad.
Too bad.
Mm-hmm. Listen to middle C. Off a full 30 seconds.
I'll call a tuner tomorrow.
I'll call one. I know a dandy. 73 years old. Tuned pianos for Caruso.
Caruso. Who?
Now, easy. You'll hurt Lanza's feelings. When you are in love, it's the loveliest night of the year.
Tonight?
Stars twinkle above, and you almost can touch them from here.
Yeah, long arms.
You're reaching. Words fall into rhyme anytime you are holding me near. When you are in love, it's the loveliest night of the year. Let's dance. Waltzing along in a blue, like a breeze drifting over the sand. Thrilled by the wonder of you
and the wonderful touch of your hand. And my heart starts to beat like a child when a birthday is near. So kiss me, my sweet.
Is that an invitation?
Oh, it's the loveliest night of the year.
Like it?
Yeah.
What are you staring at?
You? Flattering to me when you show up with your clothes so well pressed. I think I'll kiss you.
Well, goody.
You need a woman like me, Rick?
There is no woman like you, Helen.
I know it. But you better grab me while I'm available.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute. Here's a wonderful Christmas shopping tip. Give cartons of Camels as Christmas gifts. Camel makes it easy for you with a special Christmas gift carton. It's beautifully designed in holiday colors and has a built-in greeting card right on top of the carton. Be sure to give plenty of Camels this Christmas. It's America's most popular cigarette by billions.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Hamilton tea.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, every week the makers of Camel cigarettes send thousands of packs of Camels to military hospitals and veterans. That's to help show hospitalized men and women of the armed forces that folks at home haven't forgotten them. This week, the free packs of Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Marion, Indiana, and Sheridan, Wyoming, U.S. Army Station Hospital, Camp Gordon, Georgia, and U.S. Naval Hospital Ship Repose. Now into next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the Universal International film You Never Can Tell. Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Dick Quentin, with music by Frank Worth. Our director was Nat Wolf. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher, and Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Kay Stewart, Herb Butterfield, Herb Ellis, and Bob O'Connor.
The fight is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The fight is out and the pleasure's in.
That's why pipe smokers will be delighted with Prince Albert for Christmas. The big 1-pound tin of Prince Albert comes in a gaily designed holiday package that needs no wrapping. Just write your greeting on the built-in card and present Prince Albert to delighted pipe smokers.
Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Office of Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Good morning. Evening.
Effie?
Miss Perrina's on a vacation. Perhaps I may be of assistance, no doubt.
I don't know. To whom am I speaking to?
I am sorry. I cannot divulge that information to an entire stranger. May I take a message?
Look, Miss Whoever you are, I don't want to discommode you, but
I am sorry, but I will have to ask you in no certain terms to resist from this line you are handing me. I am not the type secretary.
Forget it. I'll just call Miss Perrine long distance and dictate my report over the phone.
Oh, my servant daughter. However it doubts of me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm Bernadine, Effie's relief. I mean yours.
I could use some.
Oh, shall I send out for some medicine?
Yeah. The phone number's on the wall behind the water cooler. Tell them the 100 proof, bonded, and hang the expense. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the bail bond caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talent to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Only 3 days left, gals, and June, the month of weddings, will be over. But don't worry, there are still 187 days left in leap year. Still time to snag the man of your dreams. You know, the one who uses Wild Root Cream Oil on his hair. He and millions of other men use Wild Root Cream Oil daily, because Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair so neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Any smart man who wants to look smart always insists on Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Oh, Mr. Spade. You are Mr. Spade. You just gotta be.
Yes, but why?
It was fate. I knew it was going to be like this.
I have my qualms, too, Bernadine.
Oh, that's good. I sent the other back.
The other what?
I called that number, but it was euphonious. They said whiskey. Is something the matter?
No, nothing at all. I'm perfectly calm.
Well, I'm glad. My previous employer was very nervous, which is why I just happened to be tentatively at large when Effie reproached me about being a relief to her.
Figures. Bernadine, now I'm not being fresh. Honestly, I'm not. But do you take shorthand?
Yeah, but I don't speak it.
What is that you speak? Don't answer. Ready?
Rodney. I mean Roger.
Date.
I'll have to ask my mother.
Down, Bernadine. Date, June 27, 1948, to Miss Effie Perrine, care of Perry's Lodge, Kanab, the Pearl of the West, Utah.
What?
Oh, wrong letter. I'll get to that later. Date, June 27, 1948. To Leo M. Scarlett, care of Leaf, Branch, Root, Knox & Wood, attorneys at law, 333 Pine Street, San Francisco, from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the bail bond caper. Dear Leo, I'm sorry things turned out the way they did, Leo, and I'd like you to know how I got into it. It wasn't for the reward. I don't take rewards. I'm not in love with your wife, no matter what she says, and I wasn't sore at you about anything. I was just sitting in my office, minding my own business, when the door opened, and Vivian walked in. She looked every bit as beautiful as she did when she lived under me in Ma Tuttle's boarding house in 41. In fact, I didn't recognize her until she slithered out of her mink.
Hello, Sam. Surprised to see me?
Yeah, but I'm trying not to show it. What's on your mind?
Is that all you've got to say to me, Sam?
Well, you're here on business, aren't you?
All right, I don't blame you. It all happened pretty sudden, Leo and me. I should have written or phoned you, I suppose, but somehow...
Forget it, Vivian. Now, what do you need a detective for? You, thinking of divorce already?
Oh, please, don't, Sam. If it was a mistake, I'm the one who has to live with it, and I made up my mind when I married Leo. This time it's for keeps. No matter what.
Mm-hmm. What's the what?
He's in trouble, Sam.
Well, that's nothing new.
Well, this time I don't think it's his fault. When Leo went legit, he meant it.
What's he say he's doing now?
He's a bail bond broker.
Judging from your new look, I'd say he's a success.
Sam, a man called him on the phone today. I answered. He said his name was Holliday, but I recognized his voice. It was an old friend of Leo's, Charlie Rosenboy.
Charlie, huh? When did he get out?
A couple weeks back. He was paroled. I don't know what he said over the phone, but Leo looked scared and sick.
I don't wonder. The word around town was that Charlie took the rap for Leo.
And I don't know anything about that. All I know is Leo's on the level now, and Charlie never will be. He did plenty on his own during that time, he said.
Well, I won't argue that, but from where I sit, it looks like Leo better start wearing a gun again.
He has. That's what I'm so frantic about, Sam.
Did you hear any of the conversation from Leo's end?
He didn't say much. But I did hear him say, all right, 10 tonight. I'll meet you there.
That wasn't very smart of him.
I know, but that's the way he is.
It might be only for a payoff.
I thought of that, too. But Leo hasn't got that kind of money. He's been dropping a lot at the racetracks lately. And even if he had it, he's not the type to pay blackmail.
I don't like it. Why should I stick my neck out? Why did you have to come to me anyway?
'Cause I trust you, Sam. I know you were jealous of Leo.
I was?
Sam, if we ever meant anything, if you meant half the things you said to me when we...
Stop it. That's blackmail.
Oh, I feel so lost and alone. I don't know where to turn.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, Sam, I'll make it up to you somehow. You see if I don't.
Sure you will. And tell Leo to stop dropping his money at San Ferran. This is going to cost them plenty. Vivian had said that your rendezvous with Charlie was scheduled for 10 in the p.m. and that you were too upset to go to work that day, so you'd be at home, 1246 Dunbar. I took a plan in your apartment building from a sleepy lagoon-type cocktail bar across the street called, you guessed it, the Sweet Leilani. Your wife joined me, and after a while, we got around to talking. At least she did.
I bet you can't guess what I'm thinking about.
Huh?
Listen, Sam. You remember that night we drove to Half Moon?
Bay.
Oh, you do remember. Oh, we used to do the craziest things. I should have married you, Sam.
Please, not while I'm drinking.
You know what? The trouble with cooks, they have to work day and night.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not listening.
No, but everybody else in the place is.
Let's talk about you, Sam. Did I ever tell you how I met Leo?
No, and please don't.
And then he opened a bucket shop. You know what a bucket shop is?
Yeah.
It's stockbrook.
Brokerage.
Yeah, that's right. Only it's crooked. That was the first business Leo started when he went legit.
Mm-hmm.
He had to shut it down on account of those securities. Somebody was always stealing out of the safe.
Were they insured?
Yeah, but they wouldn't renew his policy. So after the second nightclub burned down and he couldn't get any insurance at all, even on his own life. That's why I'm so frantic, Sam. Hey, give me a nickel. I want to play Sweet Leilani.
50 nickels, and 2 hours later, Sweet Leilani broke under the strain, so we had Princess Papuli to leave, and that gave out, and we're starting on the Hawaiian war chant when she disappeared through a door marked Wahine, Hawaiian for powder room, and never came back. Around 9:45, I mumbled something to the bartender about the lady will pay, put on my smoke glasses, and strolled out and across the street. You came out of the building a couple of minutes later. You led me a zigzag course up Merchant Street to Salon, across Salon to Commercial, down Commercial to Drum, and made a lateral pass over Drum back to Dunbar. Your destination, I'd never have guessed it, was the Sweet Leilani. Happily, they were not playing Sweet Leilani. It was very, very quiet. The regular customers had taken a powder, and I didn't blame them. In the new crop at the bar, I counted 10 broken noses, at least 5 broken paroles, assorted knife scars, and 4 pairs of cauliflower ears, and 1 maverick. You slid into a booth at the end of the bar, took the gun out of your shoulder holster, and laid it down on the table in front of you. I walked over, turned it around so it was pointing at the jukebox instead of me, and sat down.
Some other time, Spade. Some other time I drink with you. I'm waiting for a friend.
Why the gun? You selling it to him?
Maybe I give it to him. Go on, you drink at the bar.
It's kind of crowded. Looks like Charlie Rosenfoy's old mob. Who are they gunning for? You or Charlie?
Why don't you ask them?
What are you drinking, Leo?
I was with that bottle all day. Got a bad taste. Do me a favor, Spade. There's a bar 2 doors down the street. Go drink there. There's my friend coming in the door.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, Leo.
Look, Spade.
Hello, Leo. What's the matter? You bring a bodyguard to meet your old friend Charlie?
This shamus threw his weight in here. I didn't ask him. I don't need him.
Huh. That sounds like the old Leo Scalaria you
said. The name is Scarlet.
Oh, pardon me. I've been on the rock for so long, it's hard to catch up on all the changes.
There's been a war, Charlie. Anyone tip you to it yet?
You got a smart bodyguard, Leo.
Let's talk. Let's go somewhere else and talk.
I like it here.
Okay, we start. How come you tipped the mob we were coming here? You promised you wouldn't.
Like the shamus, I got to drink somewhere.
All right. say what's in your mind, and I'll go.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I think I'll do my drinking at the bar. Both of your guns were on the table. It didn't look as though you were going to use them on one another, and I figured that neither of you was going to do much talking in front of me anyway, so I strolled back to the end of the bar to look at the television. The 10 o'clock news roundup was on, and the ticker tape that was moving across the screen said ... in Atlantic City today, period. I ordered a highball, and then the ticker tape started again. This time it said San Francisco, $1 million bail bond robbery. $1 million in negotiable bond is tonight in the hands of a group of daring hold-up men who commandeered an armored truck at the very portals of the police department and the Hall of Justice. And it said, this concludes the 10 o'clock edition of the television news roundup. I had a slight hunch that if the television boys had had their cameras on the big bail bond robbery, that at least some of the characters would have been played by at least some of the bad actors that were foregathered in the Sweet Leilani. In fact, what you and Charlie were saying and doing when I walked back to your booth was almost too much to the point. You let me see the bulky portfolio Charlie shoved across the table at you. It looked like a carrying case of bonds, bank messenger type. But it was sealed with wax blobs bearing the imprint of the Great Seal of the state of California. I was impressed.
Where'd you get this?
You can read about it in the papers, and if I was you, I'd get this out of sight before them papers hit the street. One thing more. Don't try to clip none of them coupons. And one thing more in addition. Don't open it at all.
Sure. Spade?
Yeah, Leon?
I think I hire you after all.
I took the job and you handed me the portfolio. Outside, we flagged the taxi and you gave the driver an address on Portsmouth Square. Your office, I hate to remind you, was behind one of a bunch of neon-lighted storefronts across from the Hall of Justice. The sign on the door said, press the button and let freedom ring any hour, day or night. The only bell in sight was a stop-press-type burglar alarm. You unlocked the door and we went in. You paused in front of a big green safe with a combination lock and started twirling the knob. The tumblers clicked into place. I picked up an inkwell and waited for the safe to open.
All right, Spade, give me it.
I did, with both hands. With my left, I handed you the portfolio, and with my right, I pitched the inkwell at a well-wired slab of plate glass window. When the burglar alarm went into action, so did you. You dropped everything and were out of the door and out of sight before you could say, let freedom ring. While I was waiting for the cops to arrive, I helped myself to a $500 bearer bond I found lying loose in your safe. I had a feeling I might be needing some bail myself.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin, that's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the bail bond caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I had hoped, Leo, when When I made my spectacular move in your bail bond office and set the bells to ringing, then I'd get the caper off my neck and onto the capable shoulders of the police, where it now belonged. Then I told myself I could go home and get some sleep. I had never been that fond of Vivian anyway. I was holding the $1 million portfolio, complete with its big official seal still unbroken, ready to hand it over with a flourish to the first boy in blue that rushed in. But then I saw something that dashed my hopes. There was a strip of Scotch tape across the bottom of it. It wasn't up to me to tamper with important evidence, but I didn't have to. It was only a question of what magazine had been cut up to replace the $1 million in bearer bond. That question was answered at headquarters 20 minutes later. It turned out to be the last 52 issues of Radio Life, which even Captain Walsh of the robbery detail admitted was no help. Neither was Captain Walsh.
Now, Spade, in your statement here, you state, Sweet Leilani, and that Rosenfoy did hand portfolio exhibit in question to Leo M. Scarlett, alias Scarlatti, at approximately 10:20 p.m. this day.
That's it, Captain.
Now, you sure you want to stick with this? You don't want to change any part of the statement?
No, I just want to go home and go to bed.
I'm afraid you're going to stay with us for a while.
Who, me?
Statement of Jordan Joyce, M.D., statements of Hilda Sackwriter, R.N., and Mildred DeVilbiss, R.N., day and night nurses, respectfully.
Who's sick?
Rosenfoy. He's been quarantined in his home in Daly City since his release from Alcatraz 4 days ago. Chicken pox. Sorry, Sam, I'll have to book you. You sure you don't want to add anything to that statement?
Only this. Kelsey Walsh, if you continue to do such brilliant police work, you will be waving a stop sign at a school crossing in time for the fall semester. You are a hangnail in the finger of justice. I thought I had been courteous and cooperative, but even so, it was the middle of the afternoon by the time they set my bail. $1,500. That made it light. But I hadn't had time to hang the curtains in my cell when I got even worse news. My bail had been posted by who? Vivian, a banana peel, and the steps of progress. She met me outside.
Well, aren't you going to thank me?
What for? Getting me in jail or getting me out?
Getting you out, of course. It was all the money I had in all the world. Leo's money was impounded, you know. But, Sam, when I thought of what you and I once meant to each other, and maybe we still...
Yeah. Well, you'll get your money back. I'm not really guilty.
Oh, I know that.
What else do you know?
I guess it's safe to talk. Leo phoned me today.
Where is he?
He wouldn't say. Some pay station. He kept putting in nickels. Sam, you've got to talk to him. You've got to convince him it's best to give himself up.
Now you're beginning to make sense, sweetheart. But how can I get to talk to him?
I've arranged it. He's to meet us at the Club Leilani. You know, where we had our reunion yesterday.
That place on Dunbar?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. A crowded saloon less than a block from the police department. Besides, the place has lousy memories for me. By the way, did you ever get out of the ladies' room?
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk about something else.
Okay, let's talk about how do we bring this big secret meeting off in a crowded cafe. Is Leo coming in a false beard?
You really think I'm stupid, don't you?
I didn't say so.
Well, it so happens that the place is closed on Tuesday. See that sign in the window? Closed Tuesday?
Mm-hmm. Now, how do we break in?
I was counting on you. You're a detective. Can't you use a glass key or something?
Did you say that bail bonds you bought for me was all the money you had in the world?
That's the truth.
Then get ready to forfeit it.
It's a risk I've got to take.
You've got to take.
Sam, please, if we ever met anything...
Yeah, I know. Half Moon Bay. But sometimes I wish we hadn't been childhood sweethearts. Wait here. I'll case the alley. The alley wasn't much better. There were two windows, washroom type, all glass brick, except for two small ventilators big enough to put your hand through. The only hope was the kitchen skylight. I didn't have any trouble getting up to it, but once I was there, things didn't look so good. The view from the roof was a garage door with two green lights flanking it. Then it struck me where I was and why I was there. The Club Leilani backed directly on the Hall of Justice where the big bail bond robbery had taken place at 5 p.m. the night before. Without further ado, I put my foot through a pane of the skylight, reached in, unlatched it, and dropped. Up at the front of the building, I could hear Vivian clamoring for admittance. I decided to let her clamor for another minute or two. It isn't a thing I often do, but I walked resolutely into the ladies' powder room. It was very well equipped. It had furniture, a telephone, and more clues than I needed. The magazines were there, the razor blades were there, the Scotch tape was there. There was even a scraping of red sealing wax on the steel frame of the window slot. But best of all is what I found in the paper towel dispenser. I lifted it out and moved it next door to the men's washroom. Then I let her in.
What kept you so long? You'll spoil everything. I was afraid you'd...
Here comes your husband.
Come on, let me in.
What happened, Leo? You're early.
Any objections? I just got itchy, that's all. How are you, baby?
Don't, Leo. I'm so nervous. Strange.
What are we going to do, baby? What's Spade going to do for us?
Fine, Sam. I'll leave you two alone to talk it out. I'll freshen up a little. Haven't had my face on all day.
Poor kid. Well, Spade, let's have it.
Yeah, she's right, Leo. I can do a lot for you. But you've got to do something for me.
Spade, this is level. I never saw those bonds.
I know that.
Then what are you after?
The truth. It's the only thing that can save you, and if you take this rap, I take it too. I'm in clear up to my neck.
Okay. Charlie Rosenfoy came around to Vivian and made her this proposition. He was going to pull this bail bond job and plant the goods on me to get even for the rap he thought he'd taken for me. Vivian pretended to play along with him, only she got hold of the package long enough to take the bonds out and put the old magazines in instead.
Yeah.
The idea was the mob would think Charlie had double-crossed them, taken the goods for himself, and delivered a phony packet to their banker, which was supposed to be me.
Sure.
Only you had to get smart and set off that burglar alarm. Now I'm getting the squeeze on all sides. The mob, the law, Charlie are all gunning for me at once.
Don't worry about the mob and the law, and don't worry too much about Charlie.
What are you driving at?
That'll be him now.
Who tipped him I was here?
Get back in the corner. It's dark in here. He'll never see you. I'll take care of him.
All right.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh.
Come on in.
Good boy, Spade. Get his gun. You're my friend.
Sure, I'm your friend. Come here.
Yeah, sure, Spade.
Pleasant dreams, fellas. Now I act. Hey, Charlie! No, Leo! Vivian?
Sam? That you?
Yeah. The last of your boyfriends.
You mean Leo? Charlie?
Yeah. They just knocked each other off.
Oh, Sam, I can't see. Dark. Where are you?
Right here in front of the jukebox.
You sure?
Hope to die. Drop it, Vivian. It's empty.
Sam,
Vivian, how could you? After Half Moon Day. I'm sorry I had to knock you boys out, Leo, but better lumps than bullet holes, eh? After she started wrapping up the caper, it wasn't too hard to figure what she was up to, providing you could keep her smoke out of your eyes. She told Charlie how to operate on you and told you how to operate on Charlie. $1 million for her and 2 dead gangsters lying on the floor of an empty joint where they'd shot it out. The secret of the missing bonds would have to be written off by the police as having died with either one of whichever of you ever had them. Period. End of something.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade. I know you're tired, and if you're too fresh, please feel free to elude the whole matter. But...
Yes, okay, let's do that.
Thank you. Effie said that you were always glad to qualify any little points that she didn't understand.
She said that, did she?
Yeah, But she also said that quite accidentally that you sometimes leave things out that should be left in.
Bernadine, times are very bad. They're cutting salaries everywhere.
But where were they during the whole nefarious affair, if you'll pardon the expression?
The bonds? In the paper towel dispenser, didn't I say so?
Oh, that's what you moved to the men. But how did they get there? In the Walreenies, if you'll pardon the expression.
Simple. When the thieves whizzed through the alley after the heist, Vivian had her well-manicured little lunch hook thrust through the window slot to receive them.
Oh, that's how the red sailing wax got there.
Bernadine, you're spectacular. Now go and type this up. You're making me nervous.
You know what they say about people who like mysteries? Once a mystery fan, always a mystery fan. And that goes for hair tonics, too. Once a Wild Root Cream Oil fan, always a Wild Root Cream Oil fan. Just try it and you'll see what I mean. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Mr. Spade. I hope it's not too erroneous.
Oh, I'm sure it's quite offensive.
Don't you mean inoffensive, Mr. Spade?
Have it your way.
I don't want to sound imprudent, Mr. Spade, but I must say that your conduct through the whole thing was very brave and outrageous.
Don't you mean courageous?
Now I've got you doing it. You're going to be just like Mr. Cummel.
Your previous employer, no doubt.
Yeah, poor man. You know, he finally became completely erasable. They had to take him away.
Mm-hmm. What were his symptoms?
Well, when he ordered the puppy biscuits, I thought he was just being concentric. But after a while, he wouldn't answer to anything but Rover. I had to sprinkle his sleep powder in the morning, you know? And then he had his little tricks. He always wanted to show off, you know, sitting up and rolling over. He could shake hands, too.
What's so great about that? Any dog can shake hands.
Yeah, but can you scratch your ear with your foot?
If I set my mind to it. Now go home, Bernadine, or I'll report you to the SPCA.
You can't frighten me. Effie told me that your bark is worse than your bite. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Effie, in far-off Kanab, come home, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tolman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.